Hello everyone. How y'all doing? Brave Nutarko, Litzel, Dragonwolf, it is good to see you. To everyone else who is lurking, welcome, one and all. I hope you're doing super well today. Math, good to see you. I know, right? We In a little bit we are going to be hopping into the brand new Prince of Persia game, which is frankly shockingly I tried the first level of it, got through the first boss. It is shockingly historical. There is a lot going on there. We're gonna have a great time checking us out about history, chatting about Persepolis, enjoying the fact that the Prince of Persia has a name. I mean, his name's Sargon, so it's not like it's a stereotypical name, but yeah, no, it's a name nonetheless. Um, But yeah, I am super duper excited. Uh, Weirdly, Ubisoft games have been on a roll in terms of having at least interesting, if not good, depictions of history. So I am very excited to get to check this out. This is going to be a one-off, so no worries. We're not doing a full playthrough of this. I think it's just going to be a very fun Metroidvania. But we're going to have a great time. That being said, Parisian, this dude, it's good to see you. I actually want to open today with some good news and some bad news. Chat, which one do you want to hear first? The good news or the bad news? Oh no, bad news? Yeah. Bad news first, rip off the band aid. Alright, so the bad news is unfortunately coming up here in mid February, a little bit before then, kind of tapering off in early February, and then really starting in mid February, I am going to have to cut back on streaming. It's not going anywhere, but it's going to be relegated mostly to weekends and then Euro unfriendly times during the week. The good news is the reason why. Because as of today, I have accepted an offer to be a museum curator, which I am unbelievably excited by. Right? Before, right, I've several streams just talking about museum stuff, but I am just uh, speaking from having done frontline work in museums and having a degree in museum studies. I am officially a curator pending all the paperwork. So, yeah, holy shit. Thank you all. Yeah, it's huge. Um, Even more specifically, I get to do Scandinavian American history, so I get to use both of my degrees. Never thought that'd happen. But yeah, that is as of today. So I'll be having to relocate in February to where the museum is. It isn't a little bit in the middle of nowhere. Um, uh, but obviously that is a full-time, pretty hefty position. And so, as exciting as that is, it will affect my availability to be doing streams. But yeah, obviously, Ludo History as a project is not going anywhere. We are going to figure out how we can kind of balance both. But I will try and at least have one weekend stream a week that is at a happy good time for everyone in Euro time zones. And we will figure it out as we go from there. But yeah, um, this dude, I'm not going to say exactly where yet because we want to get the paperwork signed and I don't want to jinx it. But yeah, I am super duper excited. Uh, Consequences aside, it's going to be a fabulous experience, and I'm going to learn so much to kind of pass on to all of you. Is it far away from where I am now? It's not too far. It's in the same region of the United States. Uh, and that's pretty cool. Yeah, it's the Midwest. It's only a move of about 3 hours from where I am right this second, so it's not like it's super duper far away. Um, Certainly, it's closer than I was when I was in Boston. So it's not going to be too bad of a move, but it is still, another move, new setup coming up in mid February. So don't get attached to the one right behind me, because that's changing. Not a lot of potatoes, a lot of corn. It's in corn country. Corn, some soybeans, a lot of cows. 3 hours can get you to a different country in Europe. Yeah, if you go 3 hours, You get to the next big city from where I am right now, and then you go an hour the other hour into the middle of nowhere, and then that's where the museum is. Yeah, would never have guessed that a museum studies degree requires so much moving around. Well, hey, look, once I have done this next move, well, I'll probably have one more move once I actually have a house instead of an apartment. But after that, I'll be in the same spot for a very long time. For like years and years. You happen to be from the Midwest as well? Yeah. Actually, no, screw it. I will tell you all. It is the Museum of Danish America. Is the museum that I will get to be working at. It is in roughly halfway between Omaha, Nebraska, and Des Moines, Iowa. Town's in the middle, fully the middle of nowhere. But yeah, it is halfway between Omaha and Des Moines for anyone who knows their U.S. geography. So, Iowa. I get to be in Iowa. Speaking of moving around, your girlfriend's been trying to place your accent for a while. Am I originally from the US? I am. My accent is from nowhere in particular, just for the record, fully nowhere in particular. Myself and my twin brother are the only people in the world with this particular mess of an accent. But yeah. I born and raised in the US, messed it up for no discernible reason, messed it up worse by going to Iceland. So, Oh, the really flat bit. No, I'm from the really flat bit. I'm actually moving to a less flat bit. It's a very strange feeling. Am I going to need to learn more Danish? Yeah. Maybe. Probably. A little bit. I don't have to be fluent. Found an island in the middle of the Corn Sea? Yep. Well, found a lumpy bit, a rough spot in the Corn Sea. It still is the middle of the sea, but found a lumpy bit. The moment you said corn, you went to Iowa? Yeah. Math, who will want to be fluent in Danish anyway? Garbage language for garbage people. Exactly. There is one person on staff who is fluent in Danish, so we have someone who can do translations. But for the most part, it's going to be working with 19th century American collections. So, I'm super excited though. I am unbelievably happy that we have that opportunity. And I don't know, like it's going to be busy and chaotic for a while, but the amount of opportunity that I get from that and the amount of stuff I'm going to learn and more museum content for the stream is going to be amazing. It's going to be really, really fun, and I am so excited to see what it brings, both for what I learn and what I'm able to bring to the channel. So yeah, so a little bit of bad news, but for a very good reason. And in the interim, up until that move, we're going to be trying to do as much as we can here, try and catch up, finish some projects, finish up Dragon Age, Last Train Home, and do Sonic on the Black Knight to catch up on Patreon requested games, and in addition to keeping up with Okami and all that stuff. So, it's going to be a great time. JCDC, hello, welcome. We were just catching up on the big life update, namely that I am a museum curator now, and that is going to affect streams starting in about a month. So that's fine. One of your relatives who speaks Norwegian as a second language gets a headache from listening to Danish. True. Absolutely true. Yeah. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. So it is paperwork pending, but everyone seems excited. I am super excited. It's gonna be really great. Reptaurus, hello and welcome. So, we could gush about all that for a whole lot of time, but instead of doing that, why don't we play some Prince of Persia, because that's going to be very fun and a very nice thing. So yes, I appreciate it. Cheese for everyone. Now that's a thought. Now that's a thought right there. It's an afternoon trip to Madison. I'll be able to get cheese. I'll be able to get good cheese real fast. It's huge. All right, so let's hop in. How about sweets for everyone? Yeah, we can make that happen. I don't know. How do you like high fructose corn syrup and Coca-Cola? Because those are the options. Marginalia moment. Marginalia moment. Please. You know the drill at this point, chat. We celebrate by obliterating my face with giant emotes. In case you were wondering, by the way, all of our emotes are historical art from all over the world. Look at those cats spin. Chat, celebratory spinning cats with party hats. Look at them go. Look at them go. Look at those popping frogs. Depressed Japanese woodblock print frogs going pop. It's fantastic. Look at them go. Whoa. Hello, everyone. Look at them. You will not see my face underneath all the spinning cats. All right. Thank y'all so much for the well wishes for that. I'm utterly delighted. I'm so excited. But I think we have a Prince of Persia game to play. So let me plug in my backlights here for a little bit of sparkliness, and we will get into it. What is in my pocket? Alright, and now to fix all of my capture card, because I have the Switch version. So it's more of that. Alright, let's do this. You actually saw someone in a different Twitch chat say my emotes are amazing and they're considering subscribing just for them. That is the dream. That is why we do this. My emotes are perfect. And we love them dearly. Alright, from the 5 minutes you saw, this game has shockingly deep cuts. I played the tutorial just to make sure it works. And it is, it's full of deep cuts. Like, it's remarkable. If no one's pinged Cher, and Cher, Milky, and some of the other folks who know more Persian history than I do. That would be awesome if you could, because I'll need their expertise, because Persian history. I can make out some of the stuff here, but not a ton of it. But it is already, like, there's a lot in here in terms of cultural references, and it is a pretty remarkable win. So, if you are just tuning in, of course, hello and welcome. My name is Adam, as always. We are playing the new Prince of Persia game, which is actually really awesome. It's mechanically really fun, and looks like there's a lot of really cool cultural stuff in it. So, we do a wide variety of history content here. I am a museum curator, amazingly, and have degrees in history and museum studies, so we bring all of that to the game. So if you like that, hit the follow button. And if you want to support the channel, do consider subscribing to unlock all of our magnificent historical emotes, or heading over to patreon.com/LudoHistory in order to make a lot of fun extra perks, recommending games, recommending emotes, and getting to vote on stuff for the website. So I will be... it is super duper appreciated for all the support, because it keeps us from having to paywall anything. But we are going to be hopping in, enjoying our time for today, and seeing what history we can do. So, let's hop into some Prince of Persia. No, I don't need to be connected to the internet. Start game. New game. Also, one thing I super duper appreciate, look at how robust these difficulty options are. We have enemy damage, enemy health, and environmental damage. We have how hard it is to parry something. We have how hard it is to dodge something. And we have something that I don't actually know. I don't know what an aether depletion rate is. But I'm sure we'll figure that out eventually. Actually, that's probably your... Never mind, I know exactly what that is. That's your rewind time and or extra bonus boosts. So, does it deplete at all or not? Like, that's super robust, and I do dearly love it. We're going to be playing on the normal difficulty, though, because why wouldn't we? The other thing, I think I have it set to the languages in Farsi, and then the subtitles are in English, by the way. Yep. Elder Sorrow, it does break. The emote wall extension doesn't actually let them animate, which is dumb. Thank you, Elder Sorrow, and I appreciate it. Yeah. Now, we're slandering the Kushana here, yep. Yeah.
پیروزی برای یوویشکا سردار کوشانی امری قطعی بود.
It's real cool. So for anyone who doesn't know, the Kushans actually exist, which is already surprising. Already surprisingly deep cut for a Prince of Persia game. The Kushans are a Bactrian kingdom that exists sort of on the margins, the eastern margins of the Achaemenid Persian Empire, though they persist a lot longer, well into the Sasanian period. But yeah, so they're a central. They start off in sort of modern northeastern Afghanistan, Tajikistan, Kyrgyzstan, and so have this really cool Bactrian state that persists for a very long time and is really, really fun. Hello. Hey, Hino. It's good to see everyone. Alright, save Persepolis. Thank you, Anahita. Let's make the subtitles a bit less. Let's make the subtitles a bit less. Aim assist strength, auto unfreeze, those are not helpful. Display, subtitles, semi-transparent. Beautiful. Oh, the Kushan, you don't know about them other than the player culture in the homeworld games is named Kushan after them? Fair enough. Look at those guys in the background. Look at them just go. Go, go, go. Go. Boom. Boom. I actually really love that it's 2.5D. Originally from us today, northern China. Oh. I should go this way. Is this a 2D platformer? Yes, but it's 2.5... right, so it is... two-dimensional, but is... there's my parry. I want to look at you. Come on. Don't be like this. I actually really like... we'll have to take a look here real quick. Because part of me thinks that these Kushan, quote-unquote Kushan, weapons, or masks are based on more Kuman. So a later period Central Asian or Turkic steppe people, but I don't actually know that. So, I'll... if anyone happens to have links to museum stuff, to take a look at that. That would be amazing, but obviously no pressure there. We're mostly just hanging out together. Well, you're saying that it's weird that they are, identifying this? Ooh, well, generally religiously eclectic, the Kushan's patronage of Buddhism was perhaps historically their most, influential policy. I love that. Alright. Also, a lot of these folks are inspired by, or straight up taken from, the Shahnameh and the Avesta. So, actually pulling out of Persian epic traditions for our heroic, initial heroic figures who are super cool and good. I know, it's one of the little... Oh, thank you, friend. God, what a cool opening. Come on. Let me up. Let me up. Thank you. What a cool guy. Look at him go. Look at him go. Always love Shahnameh references. Exactly. Boom. Big cool archers. I don't know what weapon order it has. That big two-handed scythe doodad. But love the focus on archery as a kingly, as this very like princely weapon style, and the thing that is just really crucial to a lot of warfare in this period. And like a valid thing for an elite warrior like an immortal to do. Ooh, there appears to be quite a bit of Kushana statuary. Wait. If you have any links, we'll take a look at it, which will be awesome. Hell yeah. Let's get through the... ZO. For a vengeful counter. Amazing. Exactly, Herodotus says that the Persians value archery. Parthia, right. In later periods, Rome and Parthia... Oh, that's a friend. Hello, friend. Look at him go. Hang on. What weapon are you using? I can't see. He moves... He moves too fast. Tragic. Alright. Vahram. Their general must not be far. Uh-huh. Also, let's make sure I'm correct on... New item. It's not a katana. Hopefully, I can tell you it's not a katana because... You know. Audio language Persian. Perfect. Let me pull up a bunch of these and then we'll go. The handle shape is wrong for it to be a katana. Just for the record. It's got a little nubby hilt, so it looks like it's a shamshir. Yes, he's fighting in a very similar style, but he looks... I'm pretty sure that's a shamshir that he's using, which would be early, but within plausibility, which we love. Alright. Anyway, we're on the pause menu because we need to take a look at some resources. Because this is... Part of doing history is finding references, especially in a video game context, so we're gonna let it hang out over there, and off we go. And yeah, I set it to speak Farsi, because, you know, why would I not? Like, come on. That would be so weird. So, we've got, a fresco, that's just very, very fragmentary, which this one is, panel with the god Zeus Serapis. Fair enough, we do love them. We've got a statue, of, looks like another deific or ruler figure, and then we've got an elite warrior, which this appears to have, at least partially, right, the sword appears to... We've got certainly a straight sword, in fact, or possibly two straight swords. which appear to be some of the reference for the straight swords that they're using that the Kushan warriors are using in the game. And then, yeah, the Kuman Kipchak mask helmet of roughly this style appears to be highly influential for how they're depicting Kushan warriors as having that. You're focused on trying to find secular art. There's a lot more religious art. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. But that is okay. I don't blame them for that one iota. You've heard that there's historical sword techniques from the Caucasus that have some similarities to katana techniques. Yeah, that checks out with what the little bit I've seen. Is that a lot of the, little bit is focused a lot more, you have the sword behind you or in its sheath, and then going straight into an attack for, like, Georgian stuff. Anyway. Big ol' charge attack. We roll those couple guys. And off we go. Big ol' fight. These two are actually warriors, so they'd be great references for comparison. Anyway, have we mentioned that this king is evil? Just fully ganked one of his own people. Look at that style. Ow. Ow. He does have tusks on his horse, which is very very odd, very notable. But hey, that's okay. Really? That, I swear that should be parryable. This one I expect to not be. And we get that vengeful counter. And off we go. The tusks do appear to be part of the barding. Luckily we do not kill the horse, we just kind of roll the horse. Ow. Also, he's tall. Look at how big this guy is. He is not messing around, even though I'm kind of bullying him. I'm kind of really bullying him right now. Accidental line flub, was still accurate. Yeah. Look, it looked dramatic. I have no idea if that's a real thing, but it looks dramatic. And feels very... I mean, the whole milieu that I feel like we've got is immediately looking at these big dramatic battles from Persian oral epic traditions, such as what become the Shahnameh a little bit later. And... I don't know, there's just... It looks rad, and does some cool stuff. Anyway, there's Persepolis. I freaking love this rendition of Persepolis. Also, yeah, we rolled that guy. Burp. And look at the material culture here. I love how they're doing royalty. We've got the Achaemenid lions. I love this guy's whole outfit. The references to the Simur as being, the divine bird that shows up all over the okay, 3 times in the Shahnameh and twice in the Avesta. It's awesome. It's awesome. But yes, I don't know if Thamyris is a real person. Ha. Oh. Oh. I know. Okay. Ha. That's awesome. Let's click back over to our main screen here. Um, because it turns out this is sort of a historical figure. Sort of. Thamyris appears in Herodotus and nowhere else, and becomes popular in opera. Is generally an otherwise unknown thing, but has been supposedly kills Cyrus the Great of Persia, but primarily exists as a literary fiction. But you know, I love it. I love it. Is the crown circular? How do you put it on so the hair is like that? I don't know. Like, I do not do... Persian history is so far out of my wheelhouse. But we can try and find it. Because that is ringing a bell somewhere. As something I have seen in terms of, like, Persian female headwear. Headwear. Let's see if I can find some things. I'm in a different window now, so you can't see it. So just enjoy. Enjoy a good picture of Thamyris, according to, you know, fake. Broadly fake things. There is a depiction of Xerxes. Also, hello Necromancer, good. You're currently playing Ghost of Tsushima. That is awesome, and thank you for all the support as you're coming and hanging out. Looks like there's some Achaemenid stuff here, just for generally good headwear. You know, just generally good headwear. This is from Persepolis itself, but I can't find any... I can't find the actual resource that I thought I had. Everything I found is later. Like, this is... I know this is Safavid period. Right, so this is late, but you get the really tall, goofy hats, which I do dearly love. Oh, chat, I'm dumb. I shall... Let me click actually over here, so you can see the historical art for Thamyris by Pierre Paul Rubens. And then we get historical elite hats from Persepolis. And then we get Safavid goofy hats. Look at them. They're so good. Anyway. So much of historical clothing has silly hats. We love it. We love it too. Hat out of 10. Exactly. Before Hassan's hat, or his diadem, that I do know is much more attested wear. That is totally fine elite wear. You just have to pull your hair through it so it can go floof. And that's awesome. Do you think this is the only time outside of the movie that we've gotten a named prince? Yeah. Also, it appears that, you know, Hassan is, I assume, our older brother. And that we are primarily relegated to a go-do violence about the problem. Sargon the Rashabar, the black wind that destroys all in his path. Ha. Yeah, look at being a good friend. Aw, such a good guy. What do you think the odds are he's gonna die, chat? New location discovered. Tamira's Palace. Nice. Nice. That's a real wind in Kurdistan? Amazing. We love it. We love it. There's so much. I want to check. Ha. So, obviously real names. This Ardashir appears to be the founder of the Sasanian Empire, which is not quite right. We're a bit... Given that one of this appears to be supposed to be visually more Achaemenid than Sasanian, but, you know, that's great. Cher says they're coming. Oh, fantastic. Fantastic. Yeah, you know, that's valid. But I am thrilled that they are gonna come by to catch all the stuff that I'm gonna miss, because there are many things that I am going to miss. Not quite our thing? Not quite our thing. Also, you know, we should wear some more clothes. We are very, let's go Prince of Persia. Classic Prince of Persia tradition of just forgetting to wear clothes. Yeah, they're screwed. But man, look at this. There's a bunch of people around. They're wearing big fancy breastplates. We've got these gorgeous Achaemenid lions. There's just... This already feels so much more lived in than, like, basically every other Prince of Persia game, and that is awesome. Aww. Aww. I'm curious, of course. Anitis, so the old Persian form of a name of an Iranian goddess for an Avestan figure. So Anahita as a name that appears in the Avesta. So again, more cases of like they're really pulling of some fairly deep cuts for really old Persian names. And next up we have Vahram. Variant name of Verithagna. Okay. Love it. So yeah, we're getting more Avestan and Old Persian names, though. Looks like mostly not a name that appears in our sources. But yeah, that's great. That's very great. And then let's catch up there. Amazing Helidecromancer. I am looking forward to Ghost of Tsushima when we get over there. I think that's going to be a great time. And the big lion breastplate. There's just... I'm really enjoying this. Let's actually talk about Persepolis though, while we're stalling for time for Cher to show up and tell me all the things I get wrong. Because Persepolis is something I can actually talk about. So, this is the actual site of the Persian capital of Persepolis. It's a UNESCO World Heritage Site, which is amazing for us in terms of being able to talk about and preserve it. It is the centerpiece of the Achaemenid Empire. It is one of the largest cities in its time period. Unfortunately, obviously, it does not survive in very good form. It has been excavated to death, and a lot of its most famous finds are not on site. So instead, a useful comparison for thinking about Persian architecture and Persian cities is the Sasanian capital, or the Sasanian Parthian capital of Ctesiphon. And when you think about it, right, like, look at how bloody enormous Ctesiphon is. I mean, it is from the Persia, or Persepolis is from the 3rd century BC, and earlier. Not a lot survives that is not. Like, it survives in okay shape. Like, you do get some things like these big giant Lamassu, but just by virtue of being in the middle of nowhere, or being buried and abandoned for so long, was not in the middle of nowhere, uh, it does not survive in very great condition. Meanwhile, right, you have Takisra Ctesiphon for something of like the scale, the sheer enormity of Persian ancient cities. Ctesiphon's abandoned in the third or fourth century. It's just down the river from modern Baghdad. Um, it is the Parthian or late Sasanian Parthian capitals. But right when we think about these enormous cities like what we just saw in the game, that's what Persia does. Hey Sonia, we're playing Prince of Persia, and so I'm just introducing Persepolis and how bloody cool it is. I actually got to spend briefly, right, one summer I got to work digitizing cuneiform and ink tablets from Persepolis. Actually, here's a fantastic aerial shot from the 1930s of what survives of Persepolis. Thank you, Institute for the Study of Ancient Cultures, because it's real cool. Peter, we we worked at basically the same thing. Hello, Cher, salam. We're playing in Farsi, and also I'm real counting on you to get all the things that I get wrong, because you know approximately 5,000,000% more than I do on this. So we were just looking at Persepolis. You've never played a Prince of Persia game before, but it is set in Persepolis right now. So I got you covered on that. Exactly. So sadly, the aerial photograph, this is an old exhibit. A listen party for the new Magnus Protocol episodes. Well, that sounds awesome. This is nope, Khorsabad is, well, that is helpful. This is Assyrian, so Sargon, in terms of our namesake, Sargon of Akkad. Since they named the prince is named Sargon for some reason. But where's our Persian gallery? There's our Persian gallery. Boo! Boo! Broken website. Persepolis has freaking fantastic architecture. Enormous two-headed bull columns. Ridiculously large polished stone, and it's really cool. Is the Persepolis site mostly like the royal center, or does it keep parts of a larger center? It is, as far as I know, it's primarily the royal center, and so in terms of like what survives in the excavation is largely the palatial complex, and not so much the rest of the city. But there are obviously excavations that uncover things used in a variety of contexts. It's real cool. Anyway, let's click back over here, so you can actually see, look at that. Our boy, Prince Ghassan. And the shimmer in the background. And it's good. It's good. Oh, hello.
بهت افتخار میکنم سارگان.
Our mentor Anahita.
یوویشکا رو شکست دادم. ما تحت
Oh yeah,
جمشید رو نجات
Cher, since he didn't stop in right at or since it took a bit to get you in, which is awesome. Again, thank you so much for getting ready on short notice. We started by at war with the Kushans, and so we committed murder against General Vishka of Kushan. Yeah, these names are all over the place. We've got anything from Avestan into Akkadian into Old Persian. And it's fun.
هزاران سرباز تو میدان نبرد مردن و دیگه آذوقه نداریم. پارس به سختی روی پاهاش ایستاده. کوشانیا قطعاً برمیگردن.
Anahita is Avestan, Avishka is Avestan, Sargon is not Iranian, Ghassan is New Persian. Yeah. We Avishka rated that. Oh. Oof. Oh, that was. Yup, I felt that one. Thank you.
من اجازه دادم غرورم به جام فکر کنه.
They are speaking Farsi. Because I told them to. I set the language to be in Farsi, and they fully recorded all the dialogue for the game in that, and why would we not do it?
یه جنگجو در سفرش همیشه جای پیشرفت داره. وقتی دیگه چیزی تو مسیر باقی نمیمونه، یه جنگجو براش سوال میشه.
انتهای شمشیر من چیه؟ من میدونم
جوابی براش داری؟
امشب به جوابش
Huh.
نمیرسم.
Yes, we're gonna be.
نوشیدنی کمک کنه. بهمون ملحق شو.
ممنونم. ولی مسائل دیگه ای هست که باید بهشون بپردازیم.
Fine. Be that
تو
way.
تبدیل شدن به جنگجویی بی‌نظیر رو داری سارگان.
میدونم. فقط بشین و تماشا کن.
Ooh. I just noticed that we've got, apart from the exaggeration of our sword, I do kind of love the bird-headed pommel.
به وهرام گوش بده. اون تو رو توی مسیر درست نگه می‌داره.
It looks great. And yes, we fight with two swords. One question for people to know, Sargon's hairstyle historically correct? No. 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 It is very modern. It is aggressively modern. Also, the idea that we don't have a beard, I think, feels weird for how old the prince is supposed to be. Though I don't actually know that, it just kind of rings a little bit silly. Miles of Tomaras. Wait, those columns? Which columns? Also, we're getting dangerously close to I need to take a break in order to correct my blockades on my windows. So, the ones to the side, they look cool. These ones are rad. Bit low resolution, but they're rad. As far as I know, the use of like blue pigment up here actually is fantastic. As a little bit of like the attention to material culture here, even as the names are all over the place. There is some genuinely like really nice decorative and material culture stuff going on. Yes. Yep. Navigation. The thing... This is a totally normal way for human beings to reach the roof of a palace. 100%. Hey, gang. Yeah, giving people modern haircuts is kind of industry practice at this point, because you don't have... Because if you don't have the characters in medieval fantasy, things would have bowl cuts. Apparently bowl cuts are... This is not... According to TikTok, bowl cuts are coming back in style. 2024, year of the bowl cut. But, no. 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 Yeah, after the ad break, thanks for letting me know, Raps. After the ad break, whenever I have to go fix these, let's get you on for a bit to actually talk talk more competently about Persia while I focus on losing at the game. Menelaus looks Greek? Yeah. His name would certainly suggest that, though his armor doesn't.
اون همه چیزو از مادرش گرفته چیز دیگه ای نیست
Uh-huh.
آراد شما اصلا به هم نمیای.
Yeah, no, literally take your time. When you are ready, let me know when we can get you on.
کی به کی نمیاد؟
Uh-huh.
این بچه بالاخره تصمیم گرفت بهمون ملحق شه
God, that man has a voice like the deepest voice on the planet. I love it. Oh. Yes. I see the 300 mask rep is sneaking its way in.
تحت الحمایه جدید ملکه.
پس دیگه الان داری با اشرفیت خطی میشی نه؟
Fancy eye patch.
یا شمشیراتو برای
آها.
فرماندار ساتراپ شدن معامله میکنی.
Huh. Well, they're giving us some good little references. Satrap being a governor or like regional administrator.
هر چقدر میخواین بخندین. کی امشب یه سردار کشت ها؟
تشویقش نکن سربان.
معنیش فقط اینه که تحت تاثیر قرارشون دادی.
درست.
I love this squad already.
میخوای آرومتر صحبت کنی. من همین اطرافم.
Uh-huh. Their designs are all totally goofy. The goofiest, but also kind of great. Oh, hello. Thank you for the raid. Save Ancient Studies. How was you were doing Pentiment for today, right? How was it? This character has darker skin than his model? No. I wouldn't assign much intentionality to it. Just that the character art was probably done first, and then for whatever reason they were like, we gotta tweak the color of light here. Maybe Menelaus is the Ionian satrap. I doubt he might be Ionian. I'm cool with Ionian. Given that he's specifically saying trading in the sword to be a satrap. I would say he's probably not an administrator. They seem to be very antagonistic right now.
آره اون هنوز تو اتاق تخت سلطنتیه. بفرما. لابد رو دستمزدمون رو تحویل میگیره.
چه دستمزدی؟
Wait, we get paid?
طبعا یه خروار دستمزد میگیره.
دارم صداتو میشنوم منالیاس.
Yeah, I would assume it's like a weird mess of Menelaus. Right. It would be odd as hell, but...
بد نبود
Uh-huh.
منظور چیه که بد نبود؟
Hey, it's a compliment.
کارتو ادامه بده اون وقت شاید بتونی روزی با چالشی واقعی مثل من رو
فقط بدون که دلت نمیخواد جلوی جمعیت ضایع بشی.
خیال پردازی کن بچه برنامه تو ببین منتظرم
That weapon, though. Isn't it great? I love taking, you know, elite weapons. Shamshir. Bow. Two anchors strapped to each other. You know, as you do.
خب حالا که معروف شدی ما رو یادت میمونه.
دارم سعی میکنم متواضع بمونم و بفهمم انتهای این شمشیرم چیه.
به نظر میاد
آها.
تا ذهن تو درگیر کرده.
Yes.
یه جورایی به روش
آها.
خودش.
میدونی کاری که کردی خیلی بی‌نظیر بود.
Her armor is, extant. Yep. Her armor technically exists.
باید به خودت افتخار
That's the most I'll give it.
همین حسو داری.
This isn't peak fancy character designs. Like, come on. The close... Vahram has my favorite armor set of the whole squad. Actually, him and Menelaus have my favorite armor designs because they at least seem to be trying to do something. Right. The big lion breastplate is Obviously not historically attested, but does sort of at least reflect sort of visual iconographic traditions in the Achaemenid Empire, right? The association of lines with both warriors and royalty, and call to mind some of the like not a lot of places are going to associate with like Rostam. I don't actually remember him having a line associated with him in the Shahnameh though. But you know, at least trying to fit a visual iconography of reception of Persia, if not actual Persian sources. Neith is just doing whatever Neith feels like.
بچه افتخار شیر سفیدی.
از دست شما سربازای گارد جاویدان.
He kills a lion once but doesn't actually have an association. Well, you know, that's fair enough.
حالا شجاعت سارگون هم یه مورد دیگه به کتاب‌های تاریخی اضافه میکنه.
The first of his labors is killing a lion. Well, voila. That's all it takes. That is, I think, all it takes for visual, right, 20th century media to go like, oh yes, let's latch onto Rostam, because that's the only story from the Shahnameh we bother to actually read. Neith suggests she's Egyptian. True. Or, yeah. Was part of the Persian Empire very briefly. Yeah, there's like one generation where Egypt is technically a district within the Achaemenid Empire. So it gets described as going from India to Kush, which is not the Kushans, it's just Kush, which is in modern Ethiopia-ish. Southern Egypt, Sudan, Ethiopia. And it's pretty expensive, isn't it? But yeah, right. Her visual design also suggests that conquered first by Cambyses and then remained within the empire for a bit, then broke free, then got conquered again. Oh, we love ancient history. Trying to chart the geography here and nothing makes sense. Yeah. Oro has a priority straight. I appreciate it. Expansive but not into Ethiopia. I stand corrected. Uh-oh. That is one of the designs of all time. Mm-hmm. And then lost it to Alexander. Yeah. Drama. Alright. So. That's some hot lore. Signature dual blades of Kais and Layla. They're also blue. Yeah. That was one of the character designs of all time. I don't even know where to start with that. But as you can note, it is time for me to correct this, so we are going to throw to an ad break here. So if you have been enjoying it, don't go anywhere. We'll return in a couple minutes. And then sometime in this next chunk, we will try and get Sharon to talk more competently than I can about Persia and the Achaemenids. So do not go anywhere. We've got more history and more Prince of Persia coming at you real soon. I'll give you some more music. Some more music over here while that's happening. And yeah, just a couple minutes, and we will be back. Alright, welcome back everyone. We can sort of kind of see. Not really. We'll figure that out. Improvement? No, not really. Well, it'll get better as we get on into the evening. So don't worry about it. If you are just tuning in, of course, a very warm welcome to you. As always, my name is Adam. We are playing more Prince of Persia, The Lost Crown. Just hanging out, trying it out today. The camera theoretically doesn't love the sunlight, but we do need to still fiddle with that, don't we? Don't worry about it. Unfortunately, there was a huge construction project at my place right before I moved here, and it did not get done, so my blinds are sitting in a roll over there, and not on the windows, where they need to be, because we need to do some painting first. So that'll happen eventually. Until then, we'll make do. So, cinematic lighting, ho, we still need to futz with it a bit. That looking a little better? That's looking a lot better. Fantastic. Alright, welcome back everyone. So, we've solved that problem. So let's make sure that I haven't missed anything over here. Fantastic. Cool. Then I think we are ready. Let's hop back in and we'll figure things out from there. Sure. There's that. Some wiggle. So, the story here, Qais and Layla, is a 7th century, 7th century setting. So you know, merely 1,000 years, 1,000+ years later than the game. But our, again, it sums it up actually fairly well. Ill-fated lovers, but there's a big poem by a Persian poet in the 12th century that is why it's in the game right now, because we've got a big old smush of Persianness making do. So that, yeah, it is a reference to Layla va Majnun. Which is delightful if it weren't, you know, so all over the place. That being said, this music goes really hard. Oh god. Get away from me. Nice. Well, you wear tassels, but no torso armor? That went badly. And yeah, if you have abs that chiseled, I mean, you do you, right? Ow. They hit so hard. Wow. So all the guards got absolutely rolled. The music is very faint. Thank you for letting me know. Let's fix that. There you go. The music is about 1 million, absolute billion. Is that a ninja? It's not a ninja. Oh, we got big mad. Aethra is the sacred energy that burns in every living being. In battle, the greatest warriors can control their Aethra, intensifying its light to use exceptional abilities. Sargon's attacks generate Athra, while taking damage dispels it. The buildup of Athra is shown on the... I changed my mind. It's Athra, not Aethra. Don't worry about it. If I'm wrong on that, someone correct me. Or don't. The buildup of Athra is shown in the gauge at the bottom of the screen. I'm... The actual thing in Zoroastrian? I have absolutely no idea. It's an older retention of Asha. Okay. Once the gauge is full, Athra Surge becomes available. There are different ones that consume different amounts of Athra. Hold ZL plus Y to use the first Surge. ZL and Y. Oh, get wrecked. Ow. That hurt. Okay, so getting hit rolls some of my... Okay, well, screw that guy in particular. Arta, Truth or Holy Warrior, cause,
آناهیتا
Kshayarsha or Xerxes to the Greek, someone who rules. Okay. Arta Xerxes. Okay.
از سر رام برو کنار.
It could also be related to just like, Aristotelian. Right, the other half of the story could be, or I guess an alternative explanation. What?
اون دیگه چی بود؟
What the hell?
تو هنوز بچه‌ای.
Why was there a grimoire magic circle?
پیدات میکنم قسم.
Why do we have a grimoire summoning circle?
اون پیچ و تاب شمشیر برای خود نمایی نبود.
And also, oh crap. Ow. Dang, we should be wearing chest armor. True. Ow. Ow. That hit really hard. That's alright, we kicked him to death. Also, yes, she just betrayed us.
آناهیتا چه خبره؟
Okay, so that was a lot. I got absolutely rolled.
گمونم آناهیتا رو دیدم. اونم درگیر این ماجراست.
Soundtrack's real good. Yo, this music rules. I had a thought. Oh right, on Athra. The other option instead of it being related to like Arta is it could be ether. Right, it could just be a weird Persianization of ether. So, you have fire, air, earth, water, ether as your 5 Aristotelian elements, or essences, and ether being that which makes up the soul, and therefore you have ether, or weird Persianize it as a thing you can control and force. And that would be funny, wouldn't it? But otherwise, I think you'll have to explain why we have a continental switching, which is, not linguistically rare, but is notable for Arta versus Athra.
بله اون شکی توش نیست.
بهرام، نیروهایت را جمع کن. برای پیدا کردن شاهزاده قسام به کوه قاف بروید.
Also, Cher, that hat reminds me really strongly of something. Do you happen to remember or have a reference for it? Because I was like, I swear I've seen this hat before.
اردشیر و سربازانش در راهند. باید از هر کمکی استفاده کنیم.
شما رو ناامید نخواهیم کرد اعلی حضرت.
برش گردانید. پسرم را برگردانید.
Mongolian women's hats look like this. Well, that's incredible. Oh, good, and now we have big, epic travel shot. And then the music cuts out. And then the game crashes? Game does not crash. Great. Hey, we get the big ol' Achaemenid bull, which is big even for an Achaemenid bull. Run. The voice acting is in Persian.
آناهیتا شاهزاده قسان از این دروازه ها برد.
نمیتونم تصور کنم چرا آناهیتا همچین کاری کرده.
سارگون، تو اونو از من بهتر میشناسی. نظر تو چیه؟
با عقل جور در نمیاد. اون همیشه وفادار بوده.
میخواد برای خودش قدرت به دست بیاره.
So the specific form Athra does actually show up in some later Sasanian Middle Persian texts as a borrowing. Huh. Fascinating.
ممکنه سیمور ناپدید شده باشه. ولی این خدای توانا قبلا تو کوه قاف زندگی میکرد. شاید هنوزم همینطوره.
It's a term used for priestly counts for, like, Athravans. That, okay. The game almost crashed because it could not handle Sargon's apps. True. The Shimmer may have disappeared, but my god used to live on Mount Kof.
همیشه سیمرغ بوده که پادشاه ها ملکه آینده رو تعیین میکرده.
Oh man.
آناهیتا احتمالا میخواد موهبت سیمرغ رو به دست بیاره.
ولی چرا باید شاهزاده قصه رو
On
بدوسته؟
that note, welcome back, Sonia.
بهش نیاز داره. دروازه معبد سیمرغ فقط برای افراد خانواده سلطنتی باز میشه.
Oh man.
آناهیتا عقلش از دست داده. اینطوری هیچ وقت محبت سیمرغ رو به دست نمیاره.
نمیتونیم مطمئن باشیم. به هر حال ممکنه سیمرغ ضعیف شده باشه.
در هر صورت
I'm enjoying this greatly.
وقتی دیگه بهش نیازی نداشته باشه اونو میکشه.
گارد جاویدان به دنبال من. بیایید بردشیر کمک کنیم و شاهزاده قسان رو پیدا کنیم.
Oh, look at our horse. Oh, look at our horse.
همینجا منتظر من باش. نگران نباش. زیاد طول نمیکشه.
Oh, what a good horse. I'm betting the game will have you revive the Seymour. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, 100% chance. Also, I mean, you want big heads. I mean, hey, I just found Ozymandias. You sure did. And you can't really... I can't get the camera high enough to see it. Yep, archetypal Near Eastern royal beard, dude. Yep. You can't get it up high enough to see it, but that is almost a carbon copy of Persepolis bull... Right. Persepolis bull sculptures, just more intact and scaled up to about 800%. How did his vast and trunkless legs of stone end up all the way in the desert? You thought Ozymandias is Egyptian, not Persian. You're correct. Right. The poem, right, Ozymandias is about a statue of Ramses the Great. But the iconography of, let's have the, you know, giant crumbled statue all over here, is clearly harkening back to Ozymandias, even though they're archetypal Persian Akkadian Near Eastern beard guys. Okay. But for anyone who isn't in on the bit, it's a good bit. And I love... Oop. Hello. Hey look, it's a normal sized statue. With stereotypical Persian Akkadian beard guy. Look at him go. Good material, like... Sorry, Prince of Persia has been notoriously awful for a very, 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 very long time. On material culture and being remotely Persian in its Persianness. And we finally have one, and that makes me really... That actually, like, knows its visual iconography, and that feels really good.
قبلا اینجا اومدی؟
نه، اما دربارش خوندم. این مکان زمانی محل کاخ داریوش بوده. دین، پزشکی، طالبینی، هندسه، جبر. همه دانش ها اینجا جمع آوری و در دسترس همگان قرار گرفته بود. کوه قاف محل استقرار دژ بزرگ حکمت بوده، افتخار تمام پارسیان.
Can I forget the movie though, Jakista? I would love to forget the movie.
خب بعدش چی شد؟
هیچ کس زنده نموند تا داستان رو تعریف کنه. و حالا فکر کن شاهزاده غسان درگیر این ماجرا شده. هیچ کس نمیدونه چی در انتظارمونه.
Also, big sword. A very big sword. Yeah, it really is a smorgasbord of everything. But, you know, I appreciate, in some ways I almost appreciate that it's going, or that it says, you know, we need an old citadel. What site are we going to use? Koth. And so we are some arbitrary amount of time later than that. We'll arbitrarily say Cyrus, right, Reign of Cyrus. And instead, right, it calls back to Darius and exaggerates how cool Darius is. Has there been any news lately about the supposed Sands of Time remake? It's definitely coming, we promise. That's what I got. We heard you like the Ancient Near East, so we put the Ancient Near East in your Ancient Near East. Hey, there are worse things. Alright, alright. Yeah. Yeah. Also, how... I don't actually know. How good was their summary of Koth as Darius' site? Oh. I take back my question. Clap. Neith, what?
افسونگری چیه؟
من یه جنگجوام، نه یه پیشگو.
منجمد در حین سقوطش.
انگار که زمان متوقف شده.
Oh boy.
اینجا همه چیز اونطور که
من مشکلی ندارم. قیس و لیلا همراه هم هستن.
Oh boy.
شمشیرات؟
آره. اونا هیچ وقت بهم خیانت نکردن.
What happened to the time-space continuum in this area? I don't know. I don't know. I'm spooked. But hey, where was it earlier? Elder Queen, right? The 1950s Kirk Douglas Vikings movie? Look, it may be, hashtag problematic, but that is a classic movie, right? A film studies department library having the Vikings starring Kirk Douglas is not weird or odd or improbable or even bad. It's just if you want it to be a historically accurate movie, it's not that. It's many things, but it's not that. Anyway, hey, look, we have some good polychromy on our statuary. The gold earring is gold, and the brickwork and tilework and clothing is implied to be blue, and that's really cool, and I do love it. I don't know if we have pigment for them. I wonder if we do. Okay, minute, statue, pigment. Oh, hey, what do you know? I don't have access to it, but, if anyone does happen to have access to it, boom, there's a, article on color and gilding in Achaemenid architecture and sculpture. And another one on Persepolis specifically. Oh, I actually do have access to this one, but it is, let me just show you why trying to do online research or online co-learning using academic sources is just a big ol' struggle. Let me just show this to you, because this is one of the web pages of all time. Well, we at least have a few images. Emphasis on a few. Emphasis on a very, very, very few. Oh, look, blue and green on the side of the tomb of Artaxerxes. How big is this? I mean, it's still going. Oh, that's all the documentation. Exactly. I mean, no one can argue it's not well sourced. But hey, we actually have they have the images that we actually care about. That we have some Egyptian blue. We've got some blue, and then we have the utter garish reconstruction. Which, you know, I'm glad they went with something a little subtler for the tonality of the game. As awesome as that is, right, as awesome as this is, gotta say, the color palette of the game shines with that a little bit more. Ancient Persian statues were just as gaudy as Greco-Roman statues? Oh yeah. Oh, absolutely, yeah. Actually, this feels more Babylonian, right? Look at the Seymour, yeah, the Seymour here. We can actually compare that instead, much more, I think, plausibly to the Ishtar Gate. And the lions, right, the lions of the Ishtar Gate. So, Babylonian instead of Achaemenid, but that blue and reddish gold pigmentation matches real closely, I think. Oh, that is gorgeous. Yeah. Also fits the old thing. Ooh, and Cher doesn't say it looks a lot like some of the Persepolitan pillars. Well, that's good. That is a great sign. But yeah, it does fit the ruined aesthetic really nicely, and I think, honestly, even as weird as it is to call back to Babylon for your Prince of Persia ruined temple, that is the predecessor culture. And so if you need super duper ancient ruin stuff to be spooky, Babylon is where we go.
منم میتونم حسش کنم. تنها یه راه واسه فهمیدنش هست.
پس نه.
Oh boy, we're gonna enter the... Oh yeah, this is gonna be a good time. Yeah, we're gonna have some zombies. Crossing the threshold into the enchanted world, we know the drill. And we already know that there's some time spookiness, so,
بهرام، این آزاده. یکی از نیروهای اردشیر.
3, 2, 1.
به نظر میاد خیلی وقته که مرده.
چطور؟ اونا فقط کمی از ما جلوتر بودن.
Oh, man. Obligatory annoyance at the non-armor? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
ما اینجا مورد استقبال نیستیم.
حواستون رو جمع کنید. ما شاهزاده و آناهیتا رو پیدا میکنیم.
Look at them go. I love that they're...
سمت شهر.
ما با هم جایی نمیریم. تو فقط جلوی دست و پای منو میگیری. تو این قضیه تنهایی.
I see our friends suck. Just stab me now. I mean, yeah, but the prince is iconic, right? The prince's abs are iconic. And so for him specifically, right, I don't super care. For everyone else I care an awful lot, but like the prince is so distinctively and wildly used to having everything get rolled, right? Having his entire aesthetic just obliterate. His clothing gets obliterated regardless of whether you want, so you may as well just embrace it and have him not wear clothes from the beginning. Okay, now, aesthetically. Look at how fucking cool this is. Look at how great our big giant astronomical diagrams. We've got the two banners on the side, with, again, I feel like Babylonian for the two red guys that I'm vaguely slicing at. And the banner in the foreground here. Or, I don't actually know for sure. These guys, I feel like, look more Persian. That guy looks earlier. But still, fantastic color, fantastic size. Just, it says so much so fast. That's... Aww. Can't get through there. Alright, let's go under... Oh. Ow. Oh god, I got absolutely dumpster there. Wow. Turns out these guys are no joke. Don't get hit. Well, that didn't take long. Good job. Yeah, yeah. Very much keeps the fantasy aesthetic. That is... okay, I love it. Like, honestly, I'm having... I love this aesthetic... Ow. I want to get the big vengeful counter, and it just... currently is saying no thank you. Yeah. Exactly, right. I would not say that these are zombies, but they are undead. I lost track of that thought halfway through. And I don't know... That's very Persian. Again, look at the good color in here. Such good variation in color, too. It's not like it's all blue and gold. So much good variation on there. What is on the red banner in the background? It is... hang on, let's get over here again so we can see. It is showcasing a Persian or potentially late Babylonian, I would say probably kingly figure. Right. This is a good remix of Achaemenid era Achaemenid spins on older Near Eastern aesthetics. Yeah. Yeah. So, right, either late Babylonian, or earlier Persian. I'd say probably a kingly figure. We can kind of see it up front here. So we've got someone with wings, right, humanoid with wings and a hat, holding some sort of jar in one hand and some sort of coinage thing in the other. This reminds me of something specific. Crap. Oh, heck. Oh boy, let's see if I can locate it. Why is Essex... Meanwhile, we get good stretches. Shouts to stretching. We appreciate that. Boo. It's... Babylonian God Relief. Yeah, here. As... That's got the horns on it, though, so that's not... That's the big difference, right? This is not Akkadian or Assyrian because they don't have the horns on the crown. It's just a crown. Here, found it. Again, has a lot more of the crown shapes, but let me pull a couple of images over here and we can showcase some of the potential references. There we go. Alright. So, the one that... Right, this one I grabbed... Although I don't know where this relief is from. Boo. Those are just stock photos which make it really hard to identify, but that's fine. But we have the Faravahar here. It's got the... Thank you. We can cut out the bird part, so you just have the person. And then you have, person displayed in profile with a very stylized beard, with hands stretched like this, one holding something. This iteration has the exact same bucket as what we can see in the game. Up there. A notable absence that was throwing me off, right? You have something very similar, right? Ahura Mazda from the Harvard Art Museums. Visible there, right? Very, very similar, but still a little bit different. But one thing you see in a lot of, Assyrian, Akkadian, and Sumerian materials... Oh, here's the exact reference. Ha, found it. You add a hat on too. You mix these two and off you go. So, Neo-Assyrian has this. The difference is that, as you see... Actually, this one's great because it's Met, so it's open public domain. So Ashurbanipal's, or Ashurnasirpal's, sorry, palace has a very, very, very similar figure. The only difference is that since this is a deific, right, supernatural protective figure, so some sort of deific figure, and you identify it because we have horns on the hat. That is a classic thing you see in ancient Mesopotamian art for superhuman figures, is that if they have horns and wings, they are almost certainly superhuman. And so if you think of like the Khorsabad, right, the Khorsabad Lamassu, ignore that cat type. Right, Sargon of Akkad's enormous palace, the winged deific bull. Right, you have the triple horns, you have the wings, and you have otherwise a very standard elite bearded face. And all of that visual iconography is showing up in the game in only very lightly altered forms, and that rules. Right? If you look up there, apart from the fact that he doesn't have horns on his hat, it absolutely rules. You have Lamassu bookends plus 2 bookshelf protection. I want Lamassu bookends. Man, I'd kill for Lamassu bookends. Those sound rad. Oops. Again with the Breaking Padre. I've got to stop doing that. Ooh, we have cuneiform. Hey, look at that. You can only kind of see it, but we have actual honest-to-God cuneiform. You ordered them from the Mets online catalog ages, if you remember correctly. I love that. Whoop. Whoop. Very archetypical Achaemenid reliefs, yeah. The Bird of Knowledge, the Seamer, holds the key to all truth. He is the guardian of time and destiny, keeping everything in balance. Infinite power resides in his feathers. His protective flight brings peace and prosperity to Persia. Those lucky enough to be touched by his shadow are forever protected from the forces of evil, and misfortune will befall anyone who tries to harm him. Let the poets sing of his exploits. Let philosophers meditate on his teaching. Let warriors gain his wisdom. Yay! Man, I've seen some scholarship that tries to argue that the Seymour should be seen as a medicinal bird, and this appears to be very much a, I guess, reference to that. Look at how cool we are. Why does the game option to have the text in cuneiform? True. Frankly, doing us a disservice. Oh. Heck. Heck. This way. Let me hit it. Thank you. And we have ceiling reliefs. Man, we're got everything right now. Get knocked off the cliff. Thank you. Goodbye. Man, we've got everything. This game rules. I am so delighted by that. This game absolutely is going super duper hard, and I love it. Even artfully placed aqueducts, potentially, sort of. Relatively. This game's gorgeous. This game's so pretty. I'm having a great time. I'm trying to emulate what I'm hearing in the Farsi. But sure, you know this or I don't. How's it actually pronounced? Sorry, I clicked over to make sure I wasn't missing anything. So I have to get back in here so I can actually see the game. Turns out that's important if I want to play the game. Don't throw bombs at me. Don't throw bombs. No bombs. Ow. Wow, I got absolutely obliterated by that. See, is it a sh or a s sound though? And I guess is also, I guess, is GH a hard G, like J? Or is... There it is. Don't stop flipping. Or is it a R, like... Simur? So it's like Seymour. Closed door. That's closer. Fantastic. I will take closer. The Seymour is justice and the measure of all things. From the plains of Furs to the Nile Valley, the protected shadow of his majestic flight tempers the warmth lavished by Mithra. The ears of wheat, barley, egelops, and einkorn turn ripe without drying out. The harvests are prosperous and feed the people. As long as his wings grace the Persian sky, happiness and prosperity will remain. Okay, there are some funny things going on. Traditionally, the Seymour is gendered female. Interesting.
نگران من نباش. من دژو بهتر از هر کسی میشناسم.
Yeah, but what if Mithra was a solar deity, though?
قدم به قدمشو بلدم. حتی جاهایی میرم که بقیه نمیتونن. من با همه موجودات صحبت و بحث کردم. و همه درختای اینجا رو میشناسم.
So Mithra is the companion to Fare Kasheta, who is, but Mithra is a guardian of oaths and promises. And so his popularity with soldiers in later periods. Yay, Mithraism. First, they're in Persian. Because that was an option, and obviously I was going to go there.
این درخت‌ها خاصن. اسمشون واکواکه. اونا خالص ترین آسرا رو دارن. پس زیر برگاشون بیست تا انرژی تو بازیابی کنی. درختای واکواک زیادی تو کوه قاف هست.
تو که میگی همه چیزو میدونی به هم بگو ببینم. ما دنبال سربازایی مثل خودمون هستیم. شاهزاده ما توسط آنا یه سردار دوست همچین کسی رو دیدی؟
یه شاهزاده؟ خیلی وقته که شاهزاده ای اینجا نبوده. من فقط تو رو دیدم.
Dang.
اگه دوستتو توی کوه قاف گم کردی، پس نیاز به یه چشم سرگردان داری.
اون دیگه چیه؟
یه چیز خیلی نادر و قدیمی. بیا، مال تو.
New item acquired. Eye of the Wanderer. This magic glass eye gives this bear the ability to map all of Mount Koth.
زود باش، امتحانش کن.
Press minus to see the map. Look at that. Oops. Shh. Look at that. We got ourselves a map.
بذار یه کلک باحال برای به خاطر سپردن مکانا تو کوه قاف بهت نشون بدم.
And the unironically brilliant every Metroidvania should do this. Mount Koth is full of unreachable passages and treasures which you can access once you found new abilities. It's important to memorize all these places. Use memory shards to capture an image of the environment, which will automatically be saved on your map. Don't forget to capture images of your surroundings regularly to add them to the map and come back to them later. Ta-da! And then you just have a vision. So you can just... hang on. So you can just see it. You can just see what you were missing.
ممنونم خانم کوچولو. من اسمتون نمیدونم.
اسم من فریباست.
Okay.
منم سارگونم. سرباز گارد جاویدان.
چه تاثیرگذار. خب، سارگون. مطمئنم تو کوه قاف هم دیگر رو میبینی. وقتی بتونم یافته همو باهات در میون میذارم. ولی برای این کار به کریستالای زمان نیاز دارم.
Time crystals.
کریستالای زمان؟
به کوه قاف خوش اومدی.
Time crystals. Because it's a Prince of Persia game. You know. Get rolled. Get rolled, guy. Wait. Look at that. Look at him go. Ow. Please stop rolling me. Ow. Ow. There's no need for that. No need for that. Thank you. Now let me guess, if I go back this way, they'll respawn? Let me guess, if I go and heal up so I don't have to get, you know, obliterated, then they're going to respawn and I'm going to have to do this again? Called it. Called it. All right. Oh. That was nearly awkward. Whew. Yep, this is a Prince of Persia game, all right. Why is there spooky? Or why is there spooky? What happens if I stand in the spooky? You can attack down. Fascinating. That was extremely unexpected. That was extremely unexpected that they could... I should stop breaking pottery. We just had a whole thing on my ability to oh, erase and drop it at my leisure. Okay, that's nice of it. Don't. Does that let me do so? Oh, it super does. Wait, look at that. Help? Do I want to know? Ah! That was not what I was expecting to have happen. I don't know what I was expecting to have happen, but that wasn't it. I believe the consensus was that breaking pottery is only a problem for future archaeologists. Ah, crap. Alright, tell me what's going on. I mean, you know, you continue to make a good point. It is only a problem for future archaeologists. Oh. Because we are in the present, and so if we break pottery, that's not breaking cultural heritage, that's just discarding useless pottery. But man...
شاهزاده رو به دروازه سیمرغ ببر.
آناهیتا، جرأت داری بهش آسیب بزن.
اگه شاهزاده قصانو میخوای بیا و بگیرش.
Oh, there's one of those hats. You can see right in the arm directly above Prince Hassan is it's got the triple cow horns. So clearly a divine figure. Oh.
آناهیتا اینجا بود. اون داره قصانو به دروازه سیمرغ میبره.
شاید آرتابان درست میگفت که آناهیتا تاج و تختو میخواد. اون چیزی که بالای سرمونه.
مطمئن نیستم. ولی برای رسیدن به قصان آناهیتا باید نابودش کنیم.
از این فاصله هیچ کدوممون نمیتونیم. شاید منولیاس بتونه اینجا کمک. بهرام منولیاس رو فرستاد شرق تا جنگل رو بگرده.
سعی میکنم پیداش کنم.
منم دنبال یه راه دیگه.
Cool. Main quest no longer lost. Arrows. Man. There's an excellent Palestinian sci-fi film about archaeologists leaving porcelain for future digs. Amazing. I like that a lot. I can't make that jump. Let's not even waste my time. Although you are an ancient site relative to the time of the story, so it is damage to the site by later occupants. Hey, that's archaeologically interesting, right? We're making it interesting. Larissa Sansors, in the future they ate from the finest porcelain. I like fast. Let me read the cuneiform. Dang it, game. If we're gonna have bird-headed people, let me read it. Aw. Fine. Fine. Look at how pretty this is. Exactly. We're making it an archaeologically interesting site, albeit one that's been moderately looted. I would like to save first, please. Thank you. Wow. That was, the Haven. Hello.
چی اینجا کشوندتت مسافر؟
Hello, mage. What? What are you doing? Who are you?
من و همراهانم داریم دنبال یه خائن میگردیم.
پس تو و بقیه هم اینجا گیر افتادید.
Yes, we are.
مسافرای کمی نداشته. خیلی از اونها تو تارهای نفرین زمان گم شدن. اینو بدون جنگجو. مرگ و بدبختی تو این دژ پرسه میزنه.
من مرگ کم ندیدم.
Don't say that.
مصمم ترین جنگجوها هم باید آماده باشن.
Okay.
خواص منحصر به فردش بهت کمک میکنه. فقط بدون که هر کدومشون با ارزشن و فقط
Yeah,
کنار
charms.
درخت واک واک
That's right, chat. We are playing Hollow Knight. It's charms time. Okay, they're called amulets, but still.
خوش اومدی.
Buy. We can buy Soma tree petals, amulet holder, Xerxes, or a horned viper. Or we have upgrades, an additional healing potion, or the effect of our healing potions. Well, let's save our money.
خیلی قدیمی هن. سنشون قطعا از منم بیشتره.
مخا تو تخت جمشیدن. اونا دارو فراهم میکنن.
Hey, they're actually calling them Magi. Yay, Zoroastrianism? Question mark?
اونایی که تو کوه قافن توانایی های یگانه تری دارن. ولی خیلی هاشون فراموش شدن.
They're Majus.
هرچی کوه قاف تو پارادوکس زمانی بیشتری بمونه دانش و روش زندگیمونو بیشتر فراموش میکنیم.
تو از خطر
بله. شیطان زمان داشته که به اعماق کوه قاف نفوذ کنه. نفرین شده ها تو هر جای دژ هستن و هر روز بیشتر میشن.
ناشی از پیچ و تابای زمان؟
اولش این ناهنجاری ها و کریستال های زمان همشون عجیبن.
چطور همچین چیزی ممکنه؟
هیچ کس واقعا مطمئن نیست. من مطمئنم به سیمرغ مربوط میشه. سیمرغ از ابتدای شروع زمان از پارس محافظت کرد.
همونطور که سیمرغ خدای زمانه، با ناپدید شدنش زمانم نابود شد.
همینطور فکر میکنم. کسایی که اینجا باهاشون مواجه میشی همشون گیر افتادن. بعضیاشون سعی کردن فرار کنن ولی
هیچ کدوم از ما نمیتونیم از زمان فرار کنیم.
دقیقاً درسته. اگه سیمرغ بر نگرده جنون سرنوشته.
Fascinating. They're really committing to this bit. Like, this is something none of the other princes, like, actually trying to justify their, I guess, for lack of a better word, time shenanigans that are required by the franchise. Like, they have done more to justify that than just about any other Prince of Persia game has, and to justify it in specifically extremely... in something that is at least middlingly, I'm not going to say like super duper intensively, but middlingly based in actual Persian folklore, and specifically this, like, everything's about the Seymour. That's interesting. That's something they haven't done so far, and I really like that change. as like drawing it into a more epic milieu rather than more fantasy milieu.
سارگون بهرام نیروهای آناهیتا رو دیده و در حال تعقیبشونه. راجع به خودم باید بگم نمیتونم ادامه بدم. زمان اینجا متفاوت میگذره. ذهنم داره بازی در میاره. نمیتونم حقیقت و تخیل رو از هم تشخیص بدم.
آرتابان، از صداقتت ممنونم. این یعنی تو عقب نشینی میکنی؟
هنوز تسلیم نمیشم. قصد دارم تا آخرین نفس خدمت رسانی کنم. اگه آناهیتا واقعا سرسپرده کسی دیگه ای شده باشه، گمانم یک شریک برای مبارزه نیاز داشته باشی.
Challenges. Oh, interesting. Oh, interesting. Let's do a couple of these. I don't think we need to do a lot of them, but let's do a couple of them and just see what's going to happen.
گرم کن تا اصول اولیه رو. تمرین باعث پیشرفت نمیشه. سر جات بیست. به هم نشون بده چه...
Okay. Yep. Thank you.
عالیه. از اونجایی که تو با آخری تو فاصله نزدیک فتح
Gotcha. So let's sweep. Boom, boom, boom. Thank you. Boom, 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 boom. Player-led battle tutorials. Yeah.
دشمنی که هنوز تو هواست تا وقتی روی پاهاش برنگشته نمیتونه انتقام بگیره. از این
گزینه خوبی برای فلج کردن دشمنه.
Yup.
یادت باشه اگه میخوای فاصله خودتو
Player-led battle tutorials. Exactly.
این مورد از نقاط قوت تو نیست. ولی تو بعضی موارد شاید لازم باشه که
احتیاط؟
Cool. We got 50 money for it. Like, look, here's the thing. That's great. That's a lot of money. That's what we call toys. I just want to make sure this isn't actually anything special. I'm going to assume this is literally just what it says. I'm curious. So if we do sweep, boom, 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 launcher, into a charge attack, into a boom. Slide, and off we go. Yup. That's helpful. Thank you. Thank you, Artaban. There's actually a lot to like here, though I am already getting notably lost. There's a something up there, which is cool. There's stuff over here, which is potentially cool. There's a thing I can't break open, which is good. And I really am curious where this goes. An elevator. Hello, yes, elevator. Where would you like to go? Upper City. With the mirrored bulls. Look at that. Look at how good the visual styling is. Right? Like, look at how good the visual styling is. It's small. It's not particularly like, oh yes, we are super duper detailed, super duper honest to a K-Minute styles, but it is enough that it ends up looking and feeling really good and really cool to play around in. I'm assuming I can't do a whole lot around here, but if I can do anything, well, that's already somewhat meaningful. Ah, yeah, by the way, this is a Prince of Persia game. Prince of Persia game has rules. Yeah, that's what I thought. Boom, boom. Up here, over here, up. Also, the controls... Chat, if you're curious on, like, the mechanical level of, like, the controls of this... Ow. Got him. Wrecked. Absolutely dumpstered. Get dunked on. It controls fantastically. Like, instantaneous response. Does exactly what I need. And that's awesome. Collectible. An architectural drawing. An early prototype design for a platform counterbalance elevator. That to me looks like that is very not, you know, distinctively made up, but we'll quick think about that. Yeah. So right, these are all fictional. They're done up as if they are cuneiform clay tablets, but are not actually are not actual historical pieces, in case anyone's curious. Unless I am, of course, wrong on that, in which case, that is incredible news. I'm pretty sure I'm not wrong on that, though. Oh, crap. Hooray! A new amulet unlocked. 4 royal stars. Slightly increases all melee damage. Ooh, what would be a term for, like, Persian steampunk? Ooh. Ooh, that's an interesting question. I don't have... Bronze punk? Yeah, that's probably the best answer. SMH pendulum blades weren't invented till the Spanish Inquisition? You make an excellent point. How dare they? 0 out of 10 historically inaccurate. Wait, did I just go back up to the upper city again? Yeah, what am I doing? Here I was thinking that I'd actually, like, you know, gone back down, and I fully had not. Let's try that again. Let's go down. Whee! Whoa. Okay. We'll load in here. And then off we go. We can heal up here, which would be great. Healing up is very good. Amulets, especially since we have enough amulet slots. Okay. Let's just pick a direction and start going. Ow. Thank you. Oh, he cannot be launched. That is important to know. One HP on the dream? 1 HP on the dream on that one. Medieval robots! Yeah! Yeah, I love medieval robots. Ellie True's a fantastic writer, and I love how that book constructs its story. One of my all-time favorite academic books right there. Yeah, that's fair. We're just gonna slide real quick. Whoop. 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 Prophecy. Thank you. Within the realm of broken memories, thank you. My prophecy. Ah. Okay, this is amazing. Like, it's like as far as the renditions of how it plays, it feels real good.
یکی دیگه از مردان عهد شیر.
Uh-huh. Oh, you're still sentient. Fascinating. Fascinating.
چی؟ تو تازه دیشب رسیدی اینجا.
Well,
30 سال؟
این مکان مثل زندانه. هیچ راه خروجی نداره. تو باید فرار کنی.
همرزمانت کجان؟
همشون توش گم شدن.
rest in peace, this guy.
اسارت بی پایان اونا رو دیوونه کرده. منم به زودی به سرنوشت اونا دچار میشم. هیچ انتخابی نیست. مرگ تنها راه رهاییه. مردانمو نجات بده. نشانم. بگیرش. همرزمان منم نشانشونو میدن.
Side quest, the Lost Warriors. Well, I mean, I could have killed you. Like, that could have been arranged. +1 insignia Persepolis. Nojan was Ardashir's right-hand man, a good tactician and a respected strategist. He stayed away from the battlefield whenever possible. And so we get insignias of little stories of the people that we have murdered to death. Well, you know, as we do. Beautiful gold coinage, though. And let me guess, big ol' puzzle. Oh. Oh, that's interesting. Oh. So there's water that drops down there. Water that drops down there. I guess theoretically this can, like, help turn the thing. Okay, so by default it resets. By default it resets. So we need to do that. Oh. Actual momentum based? Okay. Or I guess it just does that. That works. And then we do that, and that turns all the above. Heck. I have to do this. Here we go. Up we go. Over we go. Up we go. That weighs down that, that drops that, and we are good to go. Look at that pro. Oh, heck. Oh, heck, I don't have any heals. Oh, no. No, not one of them. Oh, not the double-headed. Just be good, right? It's not a problem if I don't get hit. Right, right. Right. Ow. I got hit. We're still good. We have 1 HP. And that's fine. Well, that's fine. That's fine. We're good. We can just retry. And it heals me. It heals me to more than full. And gave me all my resources back. Well, this is easy. This is now an easy, easy fight. I shouldn't say that out loud. See, probably shouldn't say that out loud. That's alright, we'll roll him with this. Phase 3? Phase 3. Ow, my hubris. That's alright. The brute soul brain cell is devoted to kill everything that gets close. How could he know the value of that pillar? But look at the pillar. And a piece of heart. Symmetry. It's, man. Continues to be very pretty and very cool.
آهای صبر کن.
چه اتفاق داره برام میفته؟
وایسا ببینم تو کی هستی؟ اون یهو ناپدید شد.
Ah. Do the hitboxes feel good? The hitboxes feel great. There's a Lamasu. Hello, Lamasu. Hello, my friend. Look at how good you are. My favorite. My favorite guys. Guardian Lamasu. Oh. Okay. Well, that's how that's gonna work, huh? Feathered beardy boys. Exactly. Oh, who are you? What? Huh? Ow. These are the ones in the British Museum years ago, and that's the highlight of your London trip. I do like that. Dang it. A fun thing is that they often have writing on the back, but you can't actually see that because if it's written on the back, it's not meant to be seen by people. It's for the gods only. And that makes it potentially a bit, you know, spooky when, you know, you are trying to be a sneaky sneak and see things that you're not meant to be seen. Probably curses you. Definitely curses you. That didn't stop me, though, so... Use a charge attack to break down the door. Duly noted. Oh, good. And another tree. Hello, tree.
آهای آهای.
Hello, Lois.
اولین بارته که یه درخت واک واک میبینی؟
از این درختها تو سفرم دیدم ولی تو اولیشون هستی که حرف میزنی.
Well, he has double bullhorn, so we're going to assume that this is a supernatural / deific figure.
من درخت واک واک نیستم. من تو زندگی میکنم. درختای واک واک زیادی تو سراسر دژ هستن. شاخه‌های اونا برای ما پناهگاهن. و همینطور کمک بزرگی به مسافرای مثل خودتن.
بله، متوجه شدم.
این درختها همیشه اینجا بودن. از لحظه شروع زندگی.
Who are you, though? Is this a thing? Chat, does anyone... Are tree people a thing?
ولی الان جنگل در عذابه. وسط این نفرین موجودی از مکان دیگه بذر بدبختی و ویرانه میکاره. بیا اینو بگیر، بهش نیاز پیدا میکنی.
Bachman's breath. Create an explosion and healing zone that gradually restores health. Hold ZL plus X to trigger it when your gauge is level 2. Oh. 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 Okay.
مراقب باش سارگون. مردم تو
Puck
جنگل
before he meets
می‌ریزن.
Kratos. Yeah.
یکم اینجا بمون. با ما پناه بگیر.
Thank you, Kamil.
هشدار ممنونم.
تمام جنگل داره میمیره. اونی که تو جنگله دائما در حال
So there's someone
تجزیه
spooky in
کردن.
the forest who's eating
نفرین
everything.
نیست که داره جنگل رو میکشه.
نفرین زمان و مکان رو در هم شکست. اونی که داره از جنگل تغذیه میکنه.
Little bit of
اومده اینجا.
little bit of Einstein sneaking his way in.
اینطور موجودی ناخونده اومده تا از بدبختی کوه قاف سوء استفاده کنه. درست مثل دشمنان تخت جمشید این مسئله رو میتونم حل کنم.
تو خیلی شجاعی.
Okay. Well, this continues to be fascinating. I shall leave you with wind chimes for a moment, though, because I need to use the restroom. So we shall ad break, and then we shall continue, because this game is amazing, and I'm having a great time. So don't go anywhere. We will return in just a couple of minutes with more of this. Alright, welcome back everyone. I hope you enjoyed that brief ad break. If you are just tuning in, welcome. Welcome to Lido History. As always, I am Adam. We are trying out the new Prince of Persia, which honestly goes super hard. this game rules. There's a lot of really good really good material culture here. There's been a lot of, well, widespread, but nonetheless deep cuts into Persian and especially Achaemenid history. We've found some really fabulous references. We have committed grand violence against the poor. The poor remains of Achaemenid double-headed pillars. Rest in peace, that pillar. I'm still sad about it. We have seen some supernatural guys, we have found some good visual references, we've seen some amazing color, and we're having a great time. If you enjoy this history content as we take a look at all of that, of course, make sure you hit the follow button for everything that we do here on the channel, and consider supporting it by subscribing. It all goes right back into the channel to help making everything happen, so it is super duper appreciated. I did want to ask Cher, do you want to hop in? If that has the brood is to blame, not me. True, but that doesn't mean I was there, and I didn't prevent it, and therefore the problem. All right. So in this section, we're gonna have someone who knows much more about Persia come in, and we can talk a bit about get some rundowns on the setting now that we've seen a little bit. So give us just a sec to get hop set up here. If you just want to hop into the let me give you the right role, and then we will do that. So you'll have to forgive the random chatter here while we're making that happen. Let's see. Let's give you the right things. Where is it? Heck. There we go. You should have, in the server, you should be able to see something now. And hello. I need to multitask here because audio's coming from 2 spots, so hang on. Jack, can you hear? There we go. Alright, let's get this set up. Alright, let's testing. Alright, Cher, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine. Can everyone hear me? Am I audible?
Fantastic.
Oh god.
That sounds like a yes, but in a very loud way.
God.
Okay. So, welcome, firstly. And thank you so much for getting set up and being able to get on in relatively short notice. How are you doing?
A bit exhausted. It's late where I live.
That's fair.
But I'm good and I'm interested. For everyone else who doesn't know me, my name is Cherazad. I study Persian at the University of Copenhagen, and I also study Indo-European philology. And I focus on ancient Iran, which comprises the Avestan period and the Achaemenid period, focusing on the Achaemenid period.
Fantastic. In other words, absolutely spot on perfect for the culture and space that the game seems to be mostly working in. Cher, I am hearing a little bit of echo. I don't know if you're listening through headphones or speakers, but I am sound like I am hearing myself coming through that.
Hearing through speakers. I do not own headphones. My headphones broke.
Fair enough. It happens. So we'll just work with that and chat. If it gets unbearable, let us know, but it should be good. All right. So I will pull this over here. I guess you've been seeing as much of the game as I have at this point. how are you enjoying seeing Prince of Persia?
So as I mentioned, I have never played a Prince of Persia game before. They've always looked sort of like Orientalism central to me.
That the other ones have been. I assure you, the other ones have been.
Yeah. It looks really fun. Looks like a good platformer. I enjoyed Hollow Knight a lot.
Yeah.
The mythology and history inspirations are a bit over the place. I've mentioned the names are sort of over the place. And it's shifting between Old Persian and New Persian and a bit of a Western here and there. But it does look like they've confined their inspirations to one country at this time, rather than sort of a generic mixture of all of the Middle East.
Yes, they very much have, and that rules. But we should probably start. If we're gonna talk history, we should probably talk in a relatively basic terms. So, like when we've thrown out a lot of names like Assyrian, Neo-Assyrian, Babylonian, Achaemenid Persian. I threw out Safavid Persian earlier for a visual reference for tall hats. So when we say Achaemenid and Achaemenid Persepolis, when actually are we talking about, for anyone who has not happened to study the ancient Near East before?
So the Achaemenid Empire is the famous empire founded by Cyrus the Great in 530 BC, I think. I can't remember the precise dates, but approximately the 6th century before the Common Era. And it is when you say the Persian Empire, this is like usually the empire the average layperson is going to think about. It's the empire in the Persian Wars with the Greeks. It is, if there are any Jews in the chat, this is the empire of the Book of Esther, of course. And it is, of course, the empire that Alexander conquers, and sort of the origin point in terms of what the Greeks thought about this empire. This is where many ideas that will later become Orientalizing stereotypes originate from as Greek speculations around the empire.
So, I mean, when we think of, this game we have the Immortals, right? I mean, that's something. I guess actually that's something I don't actually know. Is that actually a rank or honorific in Persian military organization, or is that something just the Greeks kind of make up? That a certain movie that we all have strong feelings about really makes dramatic.
So there are it's actually funny you ask that, because there are two contradictory positions on this.
We love it.
So the version that Herodotus, of course, the famous Greek father of history, gives of the Immortals is that he says they're called this because they are a core composed of, I think, 10,000, and they, every single time one of them gets wounded or dies, they immediately add another so as to make it seem like they are immortal. This formation definitely did exist. There was some form of elite royal formation around the king. They served as bodyguards in palaces and were sometimes sent to provinces and the like, and obviously followed the king in campaign. But whether they were actually called immortals is a bit less unclear. One opinion given by one scholar is that Herodotus confused the one old Persian word, cannonball.
I'm just gonna hit them with a question mark for that one.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, they had lots of those in the Achaemenid Empire.
True facts, you heard it here first.
But one hypothesis is that Herodotus confused an Old Persian word that meant companion, Anushya, for the word for immortal, Anausha.
I see.
So they might have been named royal companions instead, but the formation itself definitely existed, and later became sort of a trope in Roman and Greek accounts of the Persians. So they often go up really weird places, like we see references to them constantly all the time in later accounts, even though there was likely no such formation anymore.
Gotcha. That, I mean, makes a lot of sense in terms of we do love our Greek historians making do love them making claims, but also just in terms of, you know, what does all of that mean for us in terms of our folklore and the stereotypes the game is in some ways challenging, but in a lot more ways leaning into. I think that makes a lot of sense, because there's only 7 of them according to this game. And they're all very cool and very dramatic, and all of them forgot to wear armor. Apparently this guy who we just killed was named Khosrow. So, neat. He did have a very nice shield, and actually one thing I love that they're doing just like very low-key with this so far is they are really leaning into archery as like a thing, as like one of the proper arts that a great warrior should know. It's not just spear or sword or something, it's actually all of the above. Archery as well as, you know, good, part of the kit, something they're doing.
Yeah, I mean, that is very fitting to the Indo-Iranian tradition, of course. Iran has several very famous mythological figures who are noted as archers. Obviously, India does as well. Famously, the border of Iran in the north is mythologically set by Arash the archer, who, when the country is occupied, is challenged that, oh, you can set your border wherever the arrow lands as a taunt, and he sends the arrow flying so far it takes his life, of course, and sets the border, and they're forced to flee. But yeah, that is very appropriate, and this is also the iconography we see in the Achaemenid period. Kings are depicted as archers, and on coins they show up as archers, first and foremost as a hunter. And Darius the Great, another very famous Achaemenid king, of course, in one of his many inscriptions, he has left us plenty of those, boast of his skill as an archer. So that is very appropriate.
Amazing. How long has it been poisoned? Shortly after time shattered. Yay. They're being very, very all metaphorical on who this forest queen and angry wind and all that stuff are. Also, I'm about to get absolutely steamrolled by these guys if I'm not careful. So, we're only running away a little bit. It's definitely not a coward here.
The choice of setting as Mount Hoth is very, very interesting, since that is, of course, a very traditional motif in Iranian culture. Mostly not in the Achaemenid period, of course, but afterwards. It's the archetypal mountain that represents enlightenment and unity with God, and also sometimes just that funny place you can go.
Excellent. I love it. We do love funny places you can go. Yeah, that is something, right, that has felt very good, is that there's a... Like, Prince of Persia, for all of its faults, has always been very good, in my opinion, on getting this, like, overall vibe that says, hey, there are big ancient places in this world, and, like, we will represent that epic tradition that says we very regularly travel to these epic places. I mean, I'm more familiar with the medieval Arabic traditions, like the City of Brass, and some of those, rather than the Persian ones, but it's something that's always felt like very, very grounded to me, albeit I think unintentionally so. And leaning into that now, intentionally, it feels good.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
All right. So yeah, they've claim a lot of things about Mount Alkoff here, i.e. its relation to Darius, and its relation further, its relation as a spot of, you know, big astronomy, big science, philosophy, learning, what have you. What can you tell us about, if anything, on actual learning in that period?
Well, this depends on, obviously, which period we're talking about.
Sure. Let's say the reign of Darius. So, is that Hayek came in it? Or...
For sure.
Yeah.
So, the Achaemenid Empire, of course, stands in the interesting position of, at the time, it was the largest empire the world had seen, only later to be superseded by Alexander, very briefly. And it stretched from, at its height, and during Darius' reign specifically, it stretched from the Balkans, from what is now Bulgaria, all the way over to the Hindu Kush, and obviously to Egypt in the south and Scythia in the north.
That's pretty big.
It is very big, and it's very hard to really get a good sense of how vast such an empire is. But what the Achaemenid Empire did, of course, was that it could concentrate all of this learning. I don't think we have any evidence for any sorts of scholarly institutions in the period, but kings no doubt did sponsor learning. Astronomers in Babylon remain, and much of their art continued and was developed in this period, which was introduced to the Greek world, of course, during Alexander's conquest. We know that kings likely sponsored what's it called, the compilations of the Avesta, the Zoroastrian holy text.
Yeah.
And that they sponsored cults in this sense, of course, any religious institution as part of their system of establishing control through these religions and these institutions, and in this sense, of course, also aided them in their own recension of texts. The Achaemenids themselves, of course, in terms of more practical knowledge, compiled the architectural experience built up by multiple empires. They actually boast of this in many of their texts, in many of their inscriptions. A king will say that, King so-and-so has brought peace between the nations. He has brought architects from Egypt, stonemasons from Babylon, and so on and so forth. And he will say all these different regions of his empire he has brought engineers and builders from. And this was an important part of Achaemenid royal ideology, and which is also what we can see in their buildings, which are where you can clearly see the influence of Babylonian and Assyrian art styles melding with all sorts of other art styles.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm getting rolled by these guys a little bit. I don't know what's up with them. I don't like anything that's up with them, but they exist, so I guess we have to deal with it.
Yeah, these guys were chilling in ancient Force province. They were just
Okay. Yeah, I that's super fascinating. I know later you get like, I mean much later, like late Sasanian, you get Khosrow really harkening back to that tradition and making a lot of the same claims with how great and cool his library was.
Yes.
But seeing a lot of those claims made in earlier inscriptions also feels very good.
Well, it's sort of... Obviously, I think there is no empire that has ever not boasted about the size of its domains, but it is really a very important part of this quintessential Iranian royal ideology. I don't know that much about the later post-Islamic empires, but in the pre-Islamic period, it is very clear, and you see a lot of this really emerge with the Achaemenids. They're of course borrowing from the Assyrians and the Babylonian royal traditions, but
very heavily.
Right, but the Achaemenids just control a lot more land. So when they emphasize this wideness and this vastness of their domains, this is all over the place. One story I find particularly enlightening is that the Greeks, I think Herodotus, mentions that the great kings have, for their palaces in Persepolis or Babylon, they have fetched water from the Danube and from the Nile and from the Hindu Kush. All these rivers that mark the edges of their domain, and they have this water brought to Persepolis, the metaphorical center of the world, to demonstrate their power over, of course, the fundamental water of life itself.
That's very cool. Puzzles. I assume they give me this so that I can take a vision of it later. Okay. Yeah, actually, I want to talk a little more on that relationship. I guess this relationship of these older empires to the Achaemenids, because we've seen it a lot here in the sort of visual construction of the world. So we've had Lamasus, we've had various winged figures, we've had winged bird-headed peoples, we've had all of that stuff. Is all of that coming from Neo-Assyrian or Akkadian models, or are, in what ways is Persia innovating on some of that in this pre-Alexandrian period?
That is a really good question, and actually one that has perplexed the field, so to say, for a while. So the seminal historian of the Achaemenid Empire is a man named Pierre Briand. He is French, and he's very French. But once he said that the Achaemenid Empire had the problem that it falls between ancient Egypt and, I think, eternal Greece, and I can't remember what he called the Assyrians, but it falls between three cultural areas that all have these very long, very old traditions, and it can be hard to see what is new with the Achaemenids. And this means that it becomes hard to distinguish. But what they really do is that we might not say that they add much themselves in terms of culture, other than, I mean, of course they bring their own culture, their own spins on it. But what they do is they bring these things together. You can see in the Achaemenid royal title, you can see titles from the traditional Mesopotamian titles. You can see Egyptian titles. In their royal inscriptions, you can see long lists of many countries. They bring these together, and they emphasize very strongly, again, in their texts, not just the wideness, the vastness of their domains, but their populatedness, all the different nations.
Yeah.
They love doing this. They love having these very long lists that are just infuriatingly long to read of every single people that bring them tribute. And they love doing this.
I mean, hey, if you got it flaunted, I guess.
Oh, for sure, for sure. I'm sure I would be no better. And a question.
We do have a question, so let's finish that thought if you have an entry, and then we'll take a look at that question too.
So what I want to say is that while the Achaemenids themselves do not innovate much on the traditional symbology of the Near East, what they do is they bring a lot of it together, and they create a new coherent imperial style through this fusion. What is now the symbol of Zoroastrianism, the Farohar, you've seen it before, the little winged figure with the guy in the middle. This is originally an Assyrian symbol, which symbolized Marduk, or a Babylonian symbol which symbolized Marduk, then became an Assyrian symbol, symbolized the god Ashur. And the Achaemenids took that, and they did not necessarily turn it into a symbol of Ahura Mazda, but they turned it into a generic symbol of the king's royal authority. And this is what they do with a lot of things. So they create a new imperial style, and after the end of the Achaemenids, this is the imperial style that perseveres.
Gotcha. I love that. I'm gonna pivot away now. First, is that a rune?
That is definitely a rune.
Chat, I feel bad about that, because that looks like an awful lot like an Othala rune, which is just weird as hell to have in anything resembling here. But again, I'm not even sure this figure Erdelik that we just committed murder on. I don't know who that is. I don't know where a giant boar is supposed to come in. So this whole sequence seems very strange. But instead of worrying about that, we're gonna turn to Naderfiend's question. What do the upheavals that occurred following the deaths of Xerxes and Artaxerxes tell you about the nature of the Achaemenid family and the imperial court? Thank you for the 100 bits, Naderfiend. Share, what have you got for us?
That is a very complex question.
Yeah, that's. I think there's a full academic book, not even just an article, just a whole ass book on that one.
So, the Achaemenid royal family, of course, the Vith, as it was called, the house it means, was of course a patriarchal system. It was a royal patriarch in charge of a household with a number of wives, maybe one wife, multiple concubines. It's not quite sure if they were fully wives or not. And a great amount, usually several sons. What we see on Xerxes' death is that his killer is neither of his killers are within the royal family. He's killed by a royal bodyguard who would likely have been a member of the Immortals or whatever they were called. And I think by a eunuch. The whole eunuch thing is another thing. I don't think it's likely he was actually a eunuch. He was probably not a eunuch. But in any case, these are the two figures that killed him, and neither of these are members of the Achaemenid family, of the dynasty themselves. They are both unaffiliated court members within the family's patronage. After this, it's a bit... So the narrative that Herodotus gives us, of course, is that this court figure, Artabanus, who kills him, is planning to dethrone the Achaemenid family. He puts his own sons in charge, and he wants to do a dynastic change. it is possible he may have wanted to do this. It should be said that the Achaemenid family was not, in fact, the founders of the empire. See, the empire had been founded by Cyrus, but Cyrus was not an Achaemenid. Cyrus belonged to an older dynasty, the Taspids. So did his son Cambyses. These were both Taspids. When Cambyses dies en route back from Egypt following his conquest, he may have been killed and assassinated. Xerxes, along with his brother, takes charge of the empire, which is really a coup. But he has the right to succeed. What follows is then a counter coup led by Darius, who is belonging to this Achaemenid family, which may have been a branch family or similar of the Taspid family, but is not the core line.
Gotcha.
And following this, he coups this brother, creates a really weird narrative justifying his coup, and then initiates a very successful propaganda program across the whole of the empire with these vast new regularized, very large inscriptions, all in every single province. It is likely he also sends out runners and the like to announce it, to sort of justify his coup and reorient the empire around the Achaemenid line, which of course is his own patrilineal line. So at this point in time, the Achaemenid dynasty is only really two people. Not two people, but you've only had two successions. You've had Darius, who usurped the empire, and you've got Xerxes, who followed him, and you've got Artaxerxes, who is supposed to follow Xerxes. So if Artabanus then kills Xerxes, then it is not unlikely to think that he might have seen it as realistic that the Achaemenid line could be dethroned. It had not ruled for very long on the scale of dynasties at this time. It is also possible, and I will of course not say, I'm not sure about this, but it is also possible that since Artaxerxes kills Artabanus right after this, to quote unquote to avenge his father, it is possible that this may have been a propaganda thing by Artaxerxes. It is maybe Artaxerxes was really behind the murder of Xerxes and just blamed Artabanus for it and then had him executed also. I'm not quite sure about that. I would have to consult my books, obviously. But it seems to me like it could be an option that this was really an affair within the dynasty rather than by an outsider. But it is not impossible that it could be an outsider either, because
amazing.
The Achaemenid family had not ruled for very long at this time, and it took a very long and quite bloody civil war by Darius to establish the family at all.
Yeah, that is a incredibly detailed answer. Nadarfine, hopefully that helps, or hopefully that answers it to satisfaction. But the answer is, of course, ruling families are super messy, and we
Oh yeah, for sure.
They seem even messier than average.
Oh, I think in one of my books there is a chart of their courses of death, and basically all of them is like assassination, poisoning, Oh, this guy died of old age. That's pretty cool.
Oh man, we're really getting inventive with it. Natural causes. Yeah. What's that like? All right. Now I wanted to head over to the lore, because the lore.
Yeah, the lore.
I still don't know who Erlich is, but we actually have a sentence on more detail on Athra in a very lovely cuneiform clay tablet, which I have I'm not going to call them fond memories of, but memories of being locked in a windowless room, taking photographs of them, huh? Anyway, Athra, the eternal essence, the binding force that weaves the fabric of the cosmos, holds sway over all. It is the flame that burns and yet remains unburnt, the very essence of existence itself. Its presence and benediction extend across the expanse of creation. It is proclaimed that life is an amalgamation of Athra. A thriving and contented mortal being embodies a dynamic yet harmonious union of the diverse aspects of Athra that define our essence. It encompasses both the tangible and intangible realms. From the corporeal to the ethereal, it permeates all forms of being. Ever ablaze within our spirits, Athra dances in ceaseless metamorphosis, transitioning from one aspect to another. It neither emerges nor succumbs. Instead, it undergoes perpetual transformation in its multiple manifestations. By discerning the cadence of Athra's flow, one can navigate exercises and therapies, granting stability and longevity upon those who seek its guidance. Radimon Kamyar, Zoroastrian priest and Pacific warrior.
Name.
That, I've got two questions. First one is the content, and the second one is the style. Right? To do the second one first, that it seems to me like they're doing a decent job on emulating how we're gonna call it verbose, flowery, Persian and honestly Sanskrit philosophy can get. Do you agree with that?
For sure.
Right, regardless of the content, the style feels good. You broke up.
Definitely proposed, that is for sure.
Yeah. The second question is of content, which I fully do not know. Is that anything, or is that fully made up?
That is fully made up.
We love it.
I do think this probably supports that Athra is their particular spelling of Asha. It's not. I think I can. Like the Soros comment.
Yeah.
I think I can see how they got here. But it is fully made up. This has no basis in any sort of Iranian theology or anything. This is completely made up.
Amazing. So, if this is based on something, though, what can you tell us about what it is actually based on?
So I think, and obviously I don't know this, but I think it is based on the Zoroastrian concept of Asha, which is, as a term, Asha is a very broad word referring to sort of to truth. It is often translated as truth, but also as righteousness, as holy, or the correct order of the universe. So people can be described as Ashavan to mean that they are good, but in a sense that they are imbued with righteousness, imbued with the correct order of things.
Mm-hmm.
Ashavan, of course, is one of the two. Asha, of course, is one of the two competing principles of Zoroastrianism. You have Druj, the lie, and you have Asha, the truth, the correct order of things. And I think, personally speaking, that this is that the term Ashra, which is reminiscent of Artha, which is another spelling of Asha, is based on this because it is something that the main character accumulates over time. Asha can also be an energy. It's something, as I understand, he spends to use some of his moves.
Yes.
The actual concept of Asha, of course, is very complex. It's one of the central concepts.
Of course.
Of Zoroastrianism, but it can both refer not just to a concept, but also to a deity or a mode of behavior, to all sorts of things. And it is extremely complex to explain, and also it has comparisons in the Rig Vedas in India and all sorts of other places.
Of course. That makes, well, I'm not gonna say it makes sense because this is something that you can spend a lifetime thinking about and it still doesn't fully make sense, because that's the point. But I do agree with your train of logic to get from point A to point B here. Oh, hi Druid. Hi Bird Druid. What are you doing? Who are you? Why are you here? And
I do think their particular concept of Avatar is more or less entirely made up in a gameplay sense to provide some use in gameplay.
Of course.
Which is fair. But it is very made up.
Yeah. Which, again, right, it's a game. It's not... Clearly, they are not trying to exist in a particular historical space. One might say, what is the exact opposite of trying to do that? But since they're trying to do the exact opposite of that, you know, they've got some opportunity to play, and focus more on the style, right? I mean, this game, right, as a quote-unquote history game, thus far is all style.
Yeah, I mean, this is not a historical game, obviously. From the giant floating buildings, for example, they did not have those in ancient Iran.
Aww. But think about how cool it would be if they did.
It would be really cool.
Exactly. Oh, hello.
منولیاس تو زنده ای؟ منظور چیه؟
We did see ourselves dead, so, you know, that's something.
عجب. احتمالات مختلف همگی در یک زمان دارن رخ میدن. ممکنه نگران کننده باشه، ولی حداقل میدونم کمانم دست آدم درست.
Oh boy, this is getting spooky.
من آناهیتا رو دیدم قصانو میبرد بالای دژ.
درسته، به سمت دروازه سیمار. قبل از اینکه یادم بره بگم کمان من یه هدف دوگانه داره. شاید بخوای
Is it a double jump? Is it a double jump?
اون بالا میبینم.
There's new ability. Oh, no. It's a chakram as well as a bow. What? Huh? Huh? How? I mean, that's... Gameplay-wise, that's sick. I have several questions.
That's a fun little tool.
Yeah, I mean, it looks... Ooh. Oh boy. Oh. It's a chakram boomerang. Oh boy. Oh boy. Azure Damascus ingot. You know, famously a thing that they had in a game in the Empire. Crucible steel.
I like the little cuneiform stamp on it.
It has a little cuneiform stamp on it, and therefore that's all it needs, right? Right.
Yeah, they have those.
Uh-huh. So, anyone who doesn't know what this is, that item is Crucible Steel, which is to say, you take generally fairly, or a mix of fairly low-quality irons, varying carbon contents. You're going to add a bunch of leaves into it, and you're going to pour it into a container, and put that subject that to extremely high temperatures, and it creates a gorgeous, like wave patterned thing after you polish it that is better quality than any of the component pieces. Still not universally still not objectively fabulous quality steel, blast furnace steel is just better. But, relative to everything else, that became really, really popular in, equivalent to Umayyad Islamic periodization around the Eurasian world. It's a technology introduced from India in, I think, the Sasanian period, but becomes highly desirable among the Franks in particular. So we're only 1,000 years off. Anyway, the Manticore. As I witnessed my only son being devoured by this loathsome creature, my sole focus became seeking vengeance. I am determined to find a way to annihilate this abomination once and for all. This creature known as the Manticore, a detestable man-eater, a formidable hybrid form with a lion's body, human head, and scorpion tail, capable of shooting deadly venomous darts. It doesn't satisfy its hunger with just one, human kill. It relentlessly pursues multiple villagers, reveling in this bloodthirsty hunt. I must discover a method to eliminate it before it claims more lives from our village. While humans are undeniably the Manticore's preferred meat, it also regularly preys on our livestock, leaving us impoverished and famished. How can we survive if it continues to slay us and consume the very sustenance we require to live? The Manticore is believed to be indestructible, but I am compelled to find a way to terminate its existence once and for all. I must accomplish this for the sake of my son, to grant him eternal rest. I am tired of hiding. We must stand up and fight. Tomorrow I will assemble a group of fierce hunters, and together we will endeavor to bring an end to the relentless rampage that this creature inflicts upon our land. To my cherished son, I shall do everything in my power to avenge your spirit.
Yeah, so this is actually a very interesting one, because the Manticore is, in fact, an Iranian creature of origin. In Persian, the term Manticore comes from the Persian Mardi Khor, which means a man-eater, because it eats men. And the first references we have to them are from Ctesias, who is a Greek historian. Very heavy quotes around the historian part.
Yeah.
Even by the usual settlers, who reported that in the Achaemenid Empire in India, he wrote a book, Indica, and he reported that these guys were just chilling around in the Achaemenid Empire. They were all over India. And he is very infamous, even by Greek standards, for making things up.
Well, rest in peace, me. Let's try that again. So yeah, so I mean, they do at least get the etymology of it right. It is a man-eater. That is, it's one quality. That's what it do.
It definitely eats men.
Beyond any shadow of doubt, this thing will eat you. So don't mess with it. Come on. Boo. Suppose I could just, dodge. Don't get hit by it. Or don't drop, and I don't have to fight them. Makes that significantly easier. Alright. Ooh, another thing. A valuable item. Oh, yeah, actually that's very good. 4 of those are good. Or... Man, this game is just extremely beautiful. Like, I can't get over that, of just how much care was put into the visual design of this. Do I want to know who these awful guys are? Look at that face. That is a face truly it would take a mother to love.
What a fun creature.
What a fun guy, right?
But yeah, the art style is definitely very interesting. It is such an interesting blend of this particular brand of Near Eastern aesthetic, and very specifically Achaemenid aesthetic, with all these weird anachronistic devices. and it functions really well.
Ow, that hurt real bad. God, what stylish things. You believe those enemies are called in-game harpies? Fair enough. I don't know what to do with that information, but fair enough.
آهای سارگون سرباز گارد جاویدان
Okay.
تو اینجا منتظر من
More
بودی؟
story.
دنیا که دور تو نمیگرده مرد جوان.
اون مامان بزرگ منه مطمئنم دلت میخواد هر از گاهی به مغازش یه سری بزنی.
Amazing.
سلام سارگون.
So, what do you have? Buy hint. I don't need a hint right now. I appreciate that you give me the option, but I don't need one.
خوش اومدی.
I do want to go shopping though. 800 and something. So we have one of them. Plus one Xerxes, old currency. That's not quite what that word means, but that's fine. An additional heal. We do love that. Oh yeah, I do want to ask, you know, this character is named a mage.
Yes.
Firstly, I guess it's the same pair of questions, right? In terms of content, right? Who are quote-unquote mages in Achaemenid Persian Zoroastrian society? And second, is there any relationship between that historical reality to the character design we see here?
Well, you just asked one of the most complex questions of Achaemenid studies. So
Whoops.
This is a great start. So, the term mage, of course, comes from the Latin magus, which comes from Greek, which ultimately comes from a Old Persian source, a magush.
Yes.
Now, exactly which role these guys had is somewhat complicated and very contradictory in the Achaemenid period.
Okay.
We are told by Herodotus that there was a median, which is another Iranian people, sacerdotal or sacred caste called Magi, and that this was one of the various Median tribes. We are told also by Herodotus in another instance that these are what's the term? That these are not. The problem is Herodotus, of course, just records. He repeats what he has heard, what his sources tell him.
Of course.
And then he says that. So on one instance, he speaks of these magi as a tribe of the Medes, an ethnos is the term he uses. Another instance, he also uses them to refer to priests among the Persians, but he uses the term very broadly. We are not told just of Persian magi, but also Ethiopian magi, Egyptian magi, Sumerian magi.
Yep.
So it is likely that he's referring to two different groups here, perhaps of the same etymology, but ultimately different. The Magi were probably a kind of priests.
Sure.
It is likely that they were in charge of reciting, as one traditionally does, prayers, rituals, and so on and so forth. The precise etymology of the term is not quite clear, but it survives in later Persian, in later Middle Persian as mo, which does become the generic term for a priest. So one can probably extend this back to assume that they did hold a priestly role. We do not have any evidence of temples in the Achaemenid period, or not of Zoroastrian temples. Likely rituals were performed open air, as it traditionally was. So we know very precious little of the precise details of religion in the Achaemenid Empire. But presuming a professional class of religionists called Magi does not seem like a difficult leap.
Yeah.
The precise link to the character in question is, I mean, obviously, I don't know much about her. She seems like a nice lady.
Yeah.
But in terms of costume, zero, none. Um, we don't, of course, again, we don't know how Magi looked in this period, but we do modern Zoroastrian priests, Mobots, a term descended from the term mage, from the term magush, have a very distinct uniform, a white robe, sometimes a mask, a white funny little hat, and this is not. I don't know what that costume is. It is very cool, but that is not how Amicus looks.
Yes. Anyway, I didn't realize that we were going to talk about a mage and then immediately walk into a god's forge. So this is an odd. That was an odd experience to walk in and go like, help. I'm assuming this is again all very fictionalized, and not really based in any extant traditions. But you know, big. Congratulations, we have a god who's forging in a bowl.
So I think this lady is based on the legend of Kaveh, the blacksmith, who was not a very large fire lady.
Oh, darn.
A man. But he is a very important figure in the Shahnameh, the epic of kings in Iranian storytelling, of course, who overthrows, who is the first to challenge the tyranny of the evil King Zohar, and causes a rebellion and has since become a symbol of Iranian socialists. And
I love it.
Her name sounds like a remix of Kaveh.
I think that's very likely to be the case. That stands out to me too as being particularly, I guess, likely as far as our historical references go. For a figure that otherwise, yeah, is very cool, but does not have a whole lot of relationship to what had been my understanding of you know, Achaemenid cosmology.
No, there were, as far as we know, there were no 10 meters tall fire ladies in Achaemenid cosmology. But the field is always evolving. It's a surprisingly fast-moving field, so in case anyone here decides to get involved with Achaemenid studies, there's always room. You know, we could always... Tomorrow could be the day we discover the 10-meter tall fire lady inscription in Fars province. We don't know.
I believe. Oh, there's the visual reference. Oh. Let me find a good parallel here. That is not being horribly, that does not actually just use a slur. But the mage character here, visually, I was like, that tent reminds me of something. Romani tents. It has way more in common, pattern-wise and color-wise, I think, with Romani tents over anything ancient Persian.
Yeah, I have. I mean, we do know that the kings of Iran obviously praised their tents. The Greeks love mentioning how impressive their tents are, all the tents with the armies and whatnot, and we know this was very important. And we have later Iranian tents from the 16th, 17th centuries, and so on and so forth.
خوش
But
اومدی.
they look nothing like this. I think this is very clearly inspired by a Romani tent. It even has the I think this woman in general seems much more like she is meant to be a Romani wise woman stand-in than a magus or anything.
Yeah, I think that at least visual iconography wise checks out really clearly. If only modern tents look this stylish, camping will be a much more fun experience. It's true. It's very true. On the flip side, if you have a tent like that, it is not particularly waterproof, so you just need layers and layers of fabric. And then you have to move layers and layers and layers of fabric, which apparently people don't like doing.
Yeah, unfortunately, most modern campers are not leisure aristocrats and do not possess an armed retinue of several hundreds of men and cannot generally move about tents like this.
Truly tragic.
Truly.
Is this supposed to be? Hang on, let's kill the bad guys first, and then I get the feeling that this is iconographically supposed to be inspired by Babylonian Ishtar.
Oh, definitely.
Like, beyond any reasonable doubt, congratulations, we have Mount Kof, famously the place where Ishtar is worshipped. Hello, my name is you. Welcome. Good to see you. Oh boy, I need to figure out where the heck we are going, what we are doing. I have one hell of an aesthetic. Nope, come on. Come on, hit. Please. Thank you. There we go. And another hint. Okay, you're just buying a map. Am I able to buy a map? Yes, I am. Amazing. Alright. Let's go, I guess, do more main story here. Head this way. See what we are able to find. There's also something up there. Let's see if we can hit. Aw, we can't hit it. Okay. You know, one thing, since we just walked past some, one thing we've actually not seen a lot of in this world is skeletons. Right, there's the one area that was very, very spooky and very, like, where we saw our own dead body and picked up a bow. And that was full of, like, animal and human motives. But for the most part, like, this game has largely avoided the infinite skeleton problem that so many historical video games fall into. Just a nice little detail.
Yeah.
Okay. Jahandar. Up high, Jahandar resides for eternity. With the body of a lion, face of a human, and tail of a scorpion, Jahandar has always devoured men. Those who ventured into the Hyrcanian forest and crossed his path would disappear forever. To satisfy his appetite, Jahandar once walked through the gates of the citadel, spreading terror for 3 days. 500 warriors were tasked to confront him. None survived. Darius was still a young king. Armed with a royal sword that Kaheva had forged for him, he set out to challenge Jahandar. 100 times he managed to avoid his poison stingers. 100 times he countered his charges. Darius called on Atash, the sacred fire. Jahandar had never encountered such resistance from a mortal. He was defeated. Darius spared his life, but locked him up in the other citadel. Thus become the legend of Darius, king of kings, whose wisdom and courage would make Persia shine throughout the known world.
So this is a pretty interesting inscription. Jahandar means world ruler in Persian.
Uh-huh.
But the reference to Atash, or the sacred fire, is more or less accurate. That is what Atash means. It is
Amazing.
the, I mean, it means fire more general, but more generally, but it is the sacred fire of Zoroastrianism. It is also a god. That is pretty accurate, pretty appropriate.
Oh boy. Let's see what they're looking here. Well, that's terrifying.
قبلا هم اینو شنیدم.
Oh god, that's poison. He leaves giant poison spikes everywhere. Ow. I whiffed it. Boo.
Where are those rocks falling from? There's nothing above.
Don't worry about it. I guess let's do that real quick. We'll just use this as an alternate heal spot. I really want to get the big counter, but not really getting the sense I'm going to have that opportunity to. There it is. Oh, wow. Oh wow, that was sick. Uh-oh. Don't laser beam me. Ow. Oh, well that was terrible. We're just gonna heal up off of that. Let's go again. There it is. Yeah, I mean, this is My Name Is You, as you know, it is pretty much just a regular video game manticore. There really is not a lot particularly remarkable here. Heck, I poisoned myself because I'm dumb. Ow. I'm gonna use that heal, I guess. Be careful. Oh yeah, I broke that. Ow. Heal. So, you know, since manticores are at least, sort of kind of, ow, heck. I'm actually in a very bad way right now. Really? That didn't... I'm not gonna win this one, I think. Or I fear. I'm just gonna do that. And we get that parry. That should actually get me up to the full protection. So I can do that. Heal myself up. Heal myself up. There we go. And that should be enough. Well, we'll just kind of fling arrows at him until I solve the problem. Yeah, got him. Okay. Don't really have a lot. Nope. We're not done yet. Can we be done now? Beautiful. Okay. Well, that was fantastic. I enjoyed that greatly. So as you said, manticores, just, you know, are sort of kind of, they're derived from Persian, but primarily described in a Greek source as a manhunter. But what other, I guess, my interpretation of this game has primarily been that this is operating in a very, like, epic, Shahnameh-esque storytelling mode. So you get, you know, big, long, dramatic lore tablets, but primarily of this sort of exploration and the prince's story here in this sort of semi-royal dynastic epic. And I'm curious if there are other, you know, monstrous figures in this sort of milieu that the Manticore would fit alongside in this very playful, epic way.
Monstrous creatures.
Yeah.
Well, so traditionally, what you see is that in Iranian epic, what you traditionally would see is either animals of various sort, who are just, you know, large somehow, or particularly angry.
I respect it.
This is the case. Or you will see, of course, in the Shahnameh, of course, the traditional choice of favor are various demons.
Sure.
Who show up. The white div of Mazandaran, for example, famous antagonist in the early Shahnameh. The Manticore is a sort of interesting one here because while it shows up in, of course, these Greek descriptions, I do not remember it showing up much in Iranian mythology at all.
Mm-hmm. That is, you know, a notable issue, right? Where it's associated with Persia, but it's not actually from any Persian sources.
Yeah, so I mean, the term obviously does come from a Persian word, so obviously it is present, but not very strongly. But the Shahnameh does feature dragons and demons and all sorts of weird, funky creatures. But but I don't think anyone as uniquely chimeric as the Manticore.
That's reasonable, and it was good to know. But you know, I'd be curious to see as we go on if we do see some of those dragons and demons start showing up as bosses. Now that we've gotten the established out of the way, right? The obvious video game enemy, Manticore, out of the way. I'll be curious to see what is going to come next and what's going, what other folkloric figures they're going to use to sort of continue to enhance the experience. Because right now we're basically at 2, right? We've got the Seymour as the helpful deific one that is missing, and we have the Manticore as the monstrous captive one that proves just how cool Darius the Great is. All right. We are at 3 hours and 41 minutes, though, and I think I know it's getting super late for you, and killing a boss is a fantastic point for us to stand up, stretch, use the restroom, because it's been a while since that has happened. So, I'm going to let you get going, but thank you so much, Cher, for coming and joining us, because that was an awesome introduction to Persian history and what the game is doing. Yeah, I guess, do you have any bonus thoughts, other stuff you want to say before I let you head out, get some rest?
Thank you for having me, first and foremost. It was a surprise, and I was very flattered.
Amazing.
And I will probably remain around the server. I am always available for anyone who has any questions around Iranian history.
Amazing.
And yeah, it was interesting to see. And thank you everyone for hopefully paying attention.
Yeah, and thank you everyone for lurking, even if it has only been for a little bit. Okay, so yes, we are not done for today though. Right, we're just gonna be respectful of time zones, let guests head out. So I will leave you with some quest nails, and I will find a spot with some music, here.
Ciao.
Yep. All right. Good night, Cher. And so we got some music here, and so I'll leave you with the snails, and we'll be back in just a couple minutes so that I can continue pressing on here. Don't go anywhere. Alright, welcome back everyone. I hope you enjoyed that previous guest segment. Again, big shouts to Chair for coming and joining us for that. If you are just tuning in, welcome to Prince of Persia Lost Crown. Prince of Persia Lost Crown kinda rules. As always, I am Adam, though. This is Little History. The premiere, well, we'll go that, we'll be bold, we'll be big. Premiere Twitch stream for history, learning about history. We just had an awesome guest segment where a student of Achaemenid culture actually came in and talked to us a bit about what we're seeing in the game and the kind of hodgepodge of references that are showing up. It absolute delight, absolutely fantastic, and really I think it helped me a lot to sort of more deeply conceptualize what the heck the game is doing, figure out some things that were otherwise a bit weird, a bit unknown. Hell yeah, premiere. Definitely what we're doing. But we're also just going to hang out here, keep pushing on with the story, keep seeing what this game is. Because this game, I mean, this game's kind of great, right? This game is obviously historically a mess, but also, with her, anytime we get good Persian architecture and material culture rendered in a game, I feel very happy. So we're going to keep hanging out, keep looking for some of those references, keep trying to see what we can see. So, if you enjoy this, of course, hit the follow button. If you see things, then you recognize references, drop links in chat so that we can take a look at stuff together. And if you want to support the channel, you can click on that link to head over to Patreon, or subscribe here on Twitch. Remember, Prime subscriptions are totally free, and it all goes right back into the channel. So without further ado, let's get back into it. When we left, we had just killed a Manticore, which is pretty good. And now I need to figure out where the heck we're going. Now that we have the power of dash. Go away. Go away. How do I drop this down here? That ends up too far down. Fascinating. Well. Get rolled. Oh yeah, there's some good stuff there. Look at bounce. That's not there. Where is this then? Oh, it's one level farther up yet. Okay. Guess I just didn't go this way? I guess I just didn't go this way. Weird. Weird. What's wrong with me? I just like forgot to go somewhere. Alright, Dildrum, have a good night as well. Lovely to have you around. New location discovered, oh boy. Oh boy, help. Oh, that did nothing. That did not help my case at all. Okay. What did we just pick up? A collectible. A mirror. The inscription is only partially visible. Long, heart, reflect. Hello.
نه. تو چطور؟ انگار اونا راهی برای دور زدن اعماق دش پیدا کردن.
True. True, my name is you.
فقط منفورترین موجودات تو نواحی تاریک اینجا در کمینن. بیشترین تلاشمو تو این مکان کردم و اونا اینجا نیستن. خطرپذیری غیر ضروری نکن.
بابت هشدارت ممنونم راجر.
It turns out I don't think I want to know what's going on with their design, actually. Oh no, 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 no. No. Really? We're going mosquito spawner? This is really the space we're going for today? Yay! Yay! Oh crap. Oh, heck. Oh, boo. Ow. Well, this place is immediately terrible and I hate it. Ah, yes. The giant pile of acid. Yep. There's some stuff going on with her outfit. Yay. Yay. Option 1, giant sledge pit. Option 2, also a giant sledge pit. What is wrong with this place's sewers? Like, good lord. So close. So close. Oh, wow. Oh, you can parry those. That's interesting and good to know. Rat people? Rat people who live in the... Ow. Don't do this to me. Ow. Heck. Yeah, this place sucks. Yeah, this place sucks. The Manticore was just living. Yeah. Yeah, you know, you make a good point. AE sure was just living there. I had 2 heals and I just, like, decided to not use them. That was to some extent on me. But we do have all of this area we can explore as well, so we do not have to go right back into Doom and Gloom and whatever that horrible spot is. This also looks promising. I know, very much a spot that... Oh. That was nearly real awkward. Oh, look at that, timing puzzles. Ah, so this is actually the way I'm supposed to go. This was bonus. Let's get a little bit stronger before we do that area. Because obviously it'll be necessary eventually. Heck. It's not quite what I intended to do. That was not at all what I had intended to do. Get dunked on. Get exploded. Get exploded, nerd. And a new amulet. Slightly restore your health after a parry. Yeah, that's pretty good. Really, that explosion didn't explode him. Alright, fine. Fine. Sneaky secrets. Wow. Really sneaky secrets. Heck, oh boy. Oh boy. Is this game worth buying? I am playing on the, which platform am I playing on? I am playing on Switch, and I'm having a great time with it. But this game, actually I think very much is. Right, firstly, right, if you don't, welcome, firstly. Stuck in Japan, I'm a historian, so I'm looking at this primarily as a historian. And it does really cool things with material culture. Right, is far and away the most Persian Prince of Persia game we have gotten in it ever. And that's pretty neat. But it also plays really, really, really well and does really, really fun stuff. And I think, yeah, it is worth your time. It is, thus far, an extremely mechanically tight Metroidvania that also emulates the architecture and styles of Persia better than any other game in the franchise ever has. So anyway, this thing here is a cylinder missive, which are something that actually is to some extent known. Let's see. Pillar, I think, there it is. Let me show you what I mean. Not this exact style, but something very similar to it. Dates to Persian writings in cuneiform in these periods. Let's pull up the... Hopefully, yeah, that'll work. So this is the this is a hexagonal clay prism from the library of Ashurbanipal. So this is older, right? Ashurbanipal is slightly pre-Persian. I did just get the regular edition. I did not get the deluxe edition. Because that was what was immediately available on Switch. So we just simply didn't worry about it. I was not willing, right? I wasn't willing to spend for the deluxe edition. I wasn't sure how I'd feel about the game, so we went for the regular one. It's totally fine. Anyway, though, the history here, right? So this is a flat prism written by Ashurbanipal, or I guess from the reign of Ashurbanipal, I should say. It's an administrative document, so it tells, right, restoration of temples in Ashur, Babylon, Borsippa, Kutha, Tarbisu, Haran, Nineveh, the conquest of Elam. So these big commemorative clay prisms that are just full of cuneiform writing that details some long missive that was designed to be sent throughout the empire and displayed and read from multiple angles as a record, to me, is very resonant with what we see with the clay letter we have here in the game. History fun facts. Anyway, dearest mother, at long last I have arrived at my destination. Behnam, the esteemed scribe of King Darius, has graciously chosen me to partake in his noble undertaking. Even now I can scarcely fathom the magnitude of this opportunity. To his service, only one student is selected every decade. Well, that's a problem. Why? I mean, good way to hype up how important this is. But how are you administering an empire if you only train one scribe every 10 years? Indeed, my decision to relocate to Persepolis has proven to be the greatest endeavor I could have embarked upon. Journeying from Persepolis... Hello, Nukes. It's good to see you. I didn't get the deluxe. I don't think it's needed. I don't actually know what the deluxe gives you extra. But it's mechanically super tight as regular stuck in Japan. So if you're looking for that, go. Like, I'm having a great time with just the regular edition. Anyway, journeying from Persepolis to an undisclosed realm, we have exchanged briefly regarding my responsibilities. Master Bedham emphasized the paramount importance and secrecy of our endeavors. Having spent a month under his guidance, I now comprehend the origin of his revered reputation throughout Persia. During our scholarly pursuits within the archives, I made discovery of a peculiar manuscript, an ancient tome. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. My friend, my buddy, my guy. You absolutely did not find a tome. Book history moment. The tome, was developed in the 4th century AD. There is no way someone in the court of King Darius of Persia could possibly have found a tome, because you were fully 800 years off base. Now, a papyrus scroll, theoretically, kind of maybe. Still would be weird, because a clay tablet would be much more in the moment, but at least you could justify it, right? A papyrus scroll, you could say this is, taken from Egypt. Sent in from the province of Egypt, or potentially even Ionia, the province of Ionia, so like more of a Greek Hellenic thing from the same period. But nah. Codex. Clearly. This discovery evoked an almost euphoric state in Behnam. Forbidding me from unveiling its mysteries, he insisted on being the first to unravel its enigmatic essence. Regrettably, I could not discern its title, for it appeared inscribed in a language long forsaken. Rest assured, however, that Master Behnam possesses the acumen necessary to decipher its contents. Pray tell, how fared Alina, father? I ardently hope that father no longer harbors resentment towards my departure from our ancestral farmland to pursue my aspirations. I have beseeched Master's permission for a brief respite in the coming months with the intent of visiting you all. Granted, I shall endeavor to grace your presence with the finest delicacies from Persepolis, and certain it will bring great joy to Alina's heart. I eagerly await news from you, your son, Godars. This is also not how letters are structured. Book history number 2. This is not how letters are structured in this period. You do not put the signature at the end. The signature goes at the beginning. So I, so-and-so, to such and such, send blah, blah, blah. In whatever form you feel like doing that. Actually, there was a thing down here, wasn't there? I should go follow this for the heal point. The save point. Thank you. Well, on to you, Godars. Sure are. Who is it? Yeah! Homa Statues Network. You can teleport between two built Homo statues, interact with the statue, and select your destination from the list. We currently have 2. Exactly 2 options. So we are in the Scholars area, which I love. Yeah, that's format into the Roman... That's the format well after the Roman period. Right, even in the Middle Ages, in medieval Europe, that still is the format. That's how you structure a letter. Heck. Heck. I'm bad at this. Ow. Guess we'll just go up. Yeah, that'll work.
به شاهزاده سخت نگیرین.
آناهیتا، من تو رو میشناسم. تو به تاج و تخت وفاداری. چرا داری این کارو میکنی؟
هنوز خیلی راه داریم. صبر کنید. من اونا رو میشناسم.
Unfortunately, they are on a different plane than us and we can't reach them. Unfortunately, they are on a different plane from us and there's no way for us to possibly move diagonally. So, Ow. Yeah, these guys are all screwed. Ow. Please don't. I got absolutely juggled. Holy moly, I got steamrolled. Good to know. Good to know. Good to know. I believe in us. Second tries the charm. Second tries the charm. Thank you for making that a not too super long cutscene game. That would be really annoying otherwise. Ugh. Alright, let's get all 4 of them up, kind of stacked up on each other. Would love to do that, thank you. That hit 3 of them. Immediately killed 3 of the 4, which is what I was hoping for. Ow. Oh no, there's even more yet? Oh, thank God. Look at that! Wow. Okay.
همین الان قصان آناهیتا رو دیدم. یه لحظه پیش بالای سرمون بود.
که اینطور حتما به سمت غرب رفتن.
Thank you, Varhan.
عجیبه. این یه مازه. ولی من حس میکنم قبلا این مسیر رو طی کردم.
بهرام؟ حالت خوبه؟
انگار همه چی خوبه. بیا اینو بگیر. دلم نمیخواد کسی رو تو این مکان از دست بدم.
New amulet unlocked. A 4th attack. Nice.
به مسیرت به سمت دروازه سیمرغ ادامه بده.
Nice. Let's go. Another lovely... Hey, look. Another lovely statue that's of a god figure. Because you can tell, because it's got the cow horns on it. The sacred Jedi texts. Chat, we found them. Within these walls rests a vast collection of scientific and cultural research from around the world. These archives contain knowledge of gods and all creatures upon the world, past and present. This information is universal and open to all who seek more. Official decree of King Darius the Great. Let's see. Let's see. So, there is not really a lot of, right, there are not really libraries of the same vibe in Achaemenid Persia, but we do get some adoption of traditions going back to Babylon and Sumer of archival things. Much more famously, though, right, I think this is a case where they're adopting a Sasanian tradition, so that you have the library of Khosrow the Great, right, which is probably the greatest library in the world in his time. Certainly is, right, we talk about, like, the Library of Alexandria as some, like, media cult or modern imagination fabulous library that doesn't exist. The Persian library under Khosrow is, in many ways, more impressive and becomes a direct predecessor for then the Great Library or the House of Wisdom in Baghdad, and in a massive archival tradition that persists throughout Persia, the Islamic world, and makes its way into the modern university archive and library. For centuries, Mount Qaf was a welcoming place. Under the reign of King Darius, the whole world visited the Citadel of Knowledge. Faced with growing threats, the king asked his architects to devise elaborate fortifications. Long after the death of the king, Miriam the architect, driven mad by the curse, continued to develop the city. Well, that's not good. Uh-oh.
کی؟ کی؟
Bruh. There's so many of them. Oh no. There's so few of them. Do I want to know? No. How about now? What if, and hear me out here, we just didn't? Whoa. You feeling okay? Khosrow number 1 king, Justinian number 0 loser and demon. You understand perfectly. This is the way. Oh, I need a key. Okay. Duly noted. I cannot just shoot it with arrows. Like this is a Zelda game. Tragic.
چی؟ اون آزاد شده.
کی آزاد شده؟
اون حتما داره شکارت میکنه. هممون شکار
I wish these guys were a little bit more descriptive. Gonna be honest. I'd love for them to be a little more descriptive. Sadly, no such luck. Hello, Karim. I like him. I like him. I like him a lot. We'll add that one. Blade Dancer. Well, they're angry alchemists. Uh-huh.
تو زنی که نشانه سردار داشته باشه ندیدی؟
دیدم
نه ریشه های ما لرزش های سراسر کوه قاف حس میکنن.
Fascinating.
پس نمیدونی کی میتونسته باشه.
اون به مرد جوان هجوم میبره، بهش تنه میزنه و هلش میده. مرد جوان روحی حساس داره.
Hassan, no. Read, the Guardian of Knowledge. A notorious scribe appointed by the king, the jailer Batnam took on the role of Guardian of Knowledge with solemn dedication. As so many years pass, he served with unrelenting, unforgiving devotion. When the king dies and the curse festers, Batnam wanders the archives, forever serving justice. Alright, well, that's not good. The royal scribe. The royal scribe that we were like, that the letter was so praising of, is the guy who committed, nope, against the
تو هیچی از سواری نمیدونی. من قرنهاست که ثبت کردم و منتظرم. اندوخته مقدس حافظ دانش شگفت انگیزیه که.
I would love to read it. Could I read all this knowledge, please? I would love to. Please. I am genuinely curious if the cuneiform actually means anything. I am on fire. Why am I on fire? Why did you light me on fire? How utterly rude. How utterly rude. There we go. Gotta love the holographic projector on that door. There's a lot of holographic projectors in this place. Turns out Persia's a cool and... Turns out Persia's apparently a cool place. Full of holographic projectors and, fire. And scrolls. I do actually like the design of the library. It's another case of the design of the library makes more sense than the content said within the library. Because notice that these are not books, right? These are scrolls. Do I want to know how this is? You don't love the crazy archivist alchemist trope? No, no. I take it... No, even these are scrolls. Hang on. We've got some tablets there. We've got some cylinder tablets there. We've got some scrolls over here. Or actually, mostly these are stone tablets. These are mostly fire clay tablets that are stacked up. So, filling the same decorative function as piles of books. Right, fills the same function as piles of books, but in a way that is not just, you know, incorrect. So another case where the environment artists are really on top of their game here. Ow. Ow. This is a rechargeable one, so we'll just do that real quick. Ow. Read. At first a horrendous screech and brilliant flash. Now only silence. And read. Prior to the reign of King Darius, there was no justice, only punishment. Under King Darius, the laws were made fair and just. However, the need for a prison remained. Yeah, famously, Darius, the first person to create law. Actually, that's probably a statement of. That is probably a statement about Darius sort of fixing the punitive nature of the existing laws, right? A very common thing for good emperors to do, right? How do you prove a good ruler? Well, they fixed the thing that was bad. Right. What was the thing that was bad? Well, in this case it was mostly that the laws existed, but the laws sucked, right? The laws were not just. I guess I'm just gonna light myself on fire here, even though that sucks. And I don't feel good about... Ow. Thank you. Also leading the floating candle industry. True. Absolute leaders in the field. Never seen anyone do it quite like them. What controls this? I cannot figure out what makes these guys go up, what makes these guys go down, what makes these guys just generally annoying. From the beginning, Magi were here, an ancient group known for their depth of knowledge on gods and magic. There are many tablets written by the Magi within the archives. A few are understood. Yeah, a lot of kings have dudes that claim they fix stuff. You're correct. It is when I switch directions. That's more than a little weird. Oh well. Oh heck. I don't game over when that happens. Oh, that's fascinating. I had assumed that would be a game over, but no, it's just I'm in jail. Don't worry, it's fine. We're just in jail. Apparently he was using a man catcher, yes. Well, jail sucks. I already dislike it. You're out of 10. Not having a good time. Attacking army closes in. They won't let us come fight. Alright, I must get the key here for the jail inside here, and then I can do all sorts of stuff. Alternatively, I'm just going to run like hell and we'll come back to jail intentionally later. Yeah, like I don't have the key, so I can't do that. Heck. No. Ow. Rude. Absolutely rude. Oh good, there's ghosts. My thought exactly. Good. Yep. 100% what I was thinking. That's the word I would use to describe this whole situation. Real good. Bunch of doors I can't get through, bunch of things I can't do there. So we should head back. We should backtrack because I can't do anything there because I don't have a key. Can't go there because I don't have thing there. So I guess let's go up here. Ow. Thank you. Thank you. I will do that. Justice, when you have laws written down, the more laws written, the justicer it is. True. Hammurabi, the justest. Jingle jangle, jailer's keys, very soon I'll be free, unless I'm not strong enough to defeat him. Yeah, well, currently neither am I. So... Is this cheesy? Yes. Am I going to complain? No. Absolutely not. Okay. Don't know what that was about, but hooray. Oh great, so that was just a complete waste of time apart from, you know, the question of the existence of spirit sand. Noted. Ah, crap. Let's just leave, you know? You know? Strikes without warning. Not explosions. Heck, I'm on fire. I need to not be on fire. Explosions? Explosions. Thank you for making me indeed not on fire. And we got a bunch of cash? We got a bunch of cash. Fabulous. So there's an escape there. There's potentially an escape on this side. There is an escape on this side, I think. Really hope there is. Alright, so we're gonna have to get captured on purpose later. Just what I love. Just what I love. Oh boy. That was an experience for all of us. Yeah, this jailer
سبک قدم بردار.
همیشه اینطور بوده؟ باید نگهبانی قبل از زمان سلطنت شاه داریوش هم بوده باشه.
بله جارو همیشه بوده.
آره گمونم متوجه شدم.
براش خیلی دیر شده. حتی اگه زمان درستم بهش سبک قدم
باشه.
Let's try this again, this time with feeling and goodness and not getting rolled by the jailer. You know? That sounds great. Not getting rolled by the jailer sounds like a lovely time for all of us. Okay. So. Go this way. We just, honestly, just dodge you. Voila. Problem solved. The solution to enemies sucking is to actually not fight them. Oh, we've got a doodad. We've got a thing to heal. Tree get. And then... Heck. And then I do something stupid. So I heal up again because I was being dumb. And then... If it sucks, hit the bricks. True. And let me assure you, this sucks. Alright, we got another fast travel point. Huge for us. Otherwise doesn't have a whole lot. Oh, that was not the button I was meant. Wait, what? That was weird. I ran, dash, jumped, hit the dash button, and it blocked. So, I don't know. Let's go this way. Let's not worry about it and go this way. Excuses. Yeah. Okay, so I can't go this way. It doesn't open from that side. One way only. Has to be said, Persians really killed it with winged monumental sculpture. They sure did. Truly no one did it like them. And, I mean, oh god, it's just such a good choice for this game and the style it's going for, right? Actually thinking through what it means to be, you know, Persia in this whole Prince of Persia thing. And doing something about it. Like, just genuinely excellent stuff. Crap. Did I escape? I escaped. Ah. That was nearly real spooky. Mel, let me tell you, that was real close. Top tier dodge. Look, Metroid Dread trained me well. Ow. What the heck? What are those weapons? Don't worry about that. You love that there seems to be a renaissance of, like, good side-scrolling Metroidvanias. I love that we get, a bunch of, like, classic franchises get really good. Getting, like, really good. Not just kinda good. Really, really good renditions, using modern Metroidvania conventions. Right, like, Metroid hasn't had a game in bloody, like, in ages, and then they go like, hey, Metroidvanias seem to be doing pretty well. What if we come out with a new, like, classic Metroid game? Oh. Oh. Were scrolls a thing in this big period? Yeah. Right, because we are... I mean, 6th century BC... Oh, crap. Oh, crap. We are, exactly. In what, like, vaguely 6th century BC? So, right, we're actually not that far out of, you know, Hellenic high points. Ow. Crap. So... stress. We are able to... I guess... for lack of a better way of saying it, okay, let me try and focus. We have had obviously Greek or Egyptian scrolls for a long time, but we're also not that far off of when a lot of Greek stuff gets written down. Right? I mean, by the end of it, right, we have manuscripts of Xenophon from, like, right after the Persian War. We're starting to get a lot of the plays written down within the Achaemenid Persian or the Achaemenid Empire's lifespan. We obviously have papyrus fragments going back quite a bit earlier, and so you get a mix of stuff, right? You get clay tablets with ink on them, you get you get cuneiform tablets, and you get scrolls all existing at the same time in the same spot, which is administratively complicated, but at the same time, oh Christ, that's huge. Yeah, Aramaic in particular gets written on clay tablets with ink. Who are you? Who are these? Why are these? Ow. It's so tall. Uh-huh. That was pretty much my takeaway too. Hey, you can do the classic thing. Let's go. I was like, can you do the thing? You can do the thing. Aramaic ink tablets were annoying to photograph in particular. So as part of the Persepolis Fortification Archive way back when, I was helping digitize them. Right, the cuneiform ones were actually fairly easy. You just kind of, you know, you use a DSLR, you get a lighting array, and you just take photographs of it. Ow. Aramaic ink tablets were often so faded that things got much more complicated. So you had to really be careful with how you focus things. I'll let you know after this. Rumors of hidden treasure only emerged in the years after the curse. Should these chests exist, it's mostly the craftwork of the architect Mariam. It's believed she continues to create the maze of her broken memories throughout the city. Sure, then perhaps each treasure found will restore the mind of a once brilliant Persian. Sure. The way we photograph those is, technical term, a real pain in the ass. So, starts off, oh, come on. Okay, there we go. By using a special camera or a special scanner. So instead of using, you know, a camera, you use an extremely close focus scanner. Which is great, except, what does that actually mean? The places you are able to focus? Backstep. The places you are actually able to focus on are extremely thin. The reason they had to do this is that Aramaic ink tablets do not often preserve their writing very well, and so there's no depth to it, so you have to be extremely, extremely careful, or else. So, what does that... Once you do it regular, that's fine. Now you have to do it in negative. Because, you know, sometimes that'll help things actually show up that otherwise wouldn't. Yay. Now you've got the negative. What do you do next? What if you, did it again, but in infrared? And then the negative of the infrared. And if you're like, wow, that's a lot of things, yup. God damn it, you're just chasing me forever now. Rude. Ah! What the heck? We're gonna run like hell? That's my solution. That I need to run like hell right now. Heck, I was doing so good. Scanned in nearly every wavelength of the spectrum, you know it. It proved to be necessary. Right? As it turned out, it was just like that was necessary in order to make sure that that got in focus in the way that we needed it to be in focus in order for it to be a usable resource. Don't get up there. Rude. Rude. Hello. Yes, I would love to talk to you.
اون رفته؟ اجازه نده ببیندت.
Uh-huh.
بیای بیرون.
Uh-huh.
به خاطر علامتی که گذاشته بودم پیدام کردی؟
I did.
دقیقاً زمان مناسبی اومدید.
نه، ولی انگار تو دردسری.
دردسر؟ نه. دنبال یه تیکه از ماه دزدیده شده میگشتم.
ماه دزدیده شده؟
اینو میبینم که تو سفر خودتو در پیش داری، ولی برام سواله که من دزدا ماه رو تکه تکه کردن و اونو از آسمون مخفی کردن. به خاطر همین من سفری رو شروع کردم تا بتونم ماه واقعی رو پیدا کنم.
بالا رو نگاه کن دوست من ماهو به دفعات بیشمار دیدم.
این فقط توهمه. تا اونا
Right,
واقعی رو دزدیدن
Yeah.
بتونن اونو برای خودشون نگه دارن.
مطمئن نیستم چطور میتونم بهت کمک کنم. من چیزی که تو میبینی و نمیبینم.
میبینی که این اتفاقات خارق العاده ما رو توی یه مسیر مشترک قرار دادن.
سفر من برای میهنم منو به این شهر عجیب آورده.
میهن خیلی چیز مهمیه، ولی ماه برای همه است. اگه توی درد سر افتادم برات این علامت رو میذارم. اون وقت تو میفهمی که به کمک نیاز دارم. کمکم کن تا این تیکه های با ارزش رو پیدا کنم. آسمان شب به ما نیاز داره.
Sure. Yeah.
میبینی که این کار احمق هیچ چالشی منو از هدفم دور نمیکنه. اینو بگیر. پاداشای بیشتری هم هستن. خودت میبینی.
We got a new thing for it. One-time protection from a killing blow. Amazing.
تیکه‌ای از ماه نیست.
یه نفر نمیتونه به تنهایی.
درسته. خب مراقب خودت باش. خطرناکه.
درسته. من مثل تو یه جنگجو نیستم. پس به نظر میاد تو این ماجرا هم مسیر منو دنبال کن. من و ماه تو رو به سمت تیکه بعدی راهنمایی میکنیم.
Cool. Nice of you to show up. Okay. So, with a round tableau thinking stylus, you're curious about why, if it's sort of a transitional tech thing. It's mostly a transitional tech thing. Aramaic is not written in cuneiform, and it's completely unsuited to, you know, being written in cuneiform. So... You know, you kind of have to. You kind of have to do it that way. 'Cause... Ow. 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 Thank you. Okay, let's try and get up this way, I guess. Let's get back to the tree and go take care of that. Head back to home base. Briefly. The Haven. But yeah, right, Aramaic is completely unsuited to be written in cuneiform. And so they just use... They use the ink tablets as a solution, which is honestly pretty neat. Like, not even gonna pretend otherwise. It's pretty neat. I have 11.95 right now for those. Sure, let's buy one of them. You know. More max health is good. Healing potion efficiency, I don't necessarily need that because it's not a problem right now. Amulet numbers, that works. Gets us 5 amulet spots. Now we can go over here and we can see how this is. See if we can have enough oomph to upgrade our... Do we have enough? We do. Yeah. So that can moderately boost max health for just some resources. So we can upgrade all of these. Oh, wow. Oh wow, if we can upgrade everything, that's pretty huge. One squish and it upgraded our gear. Okay. Fair enough. Just fully not available yet. Fair. Duly noted. Fascinating. Very useful. Wow. Okay. Sure. I think, though, that was where we will leave off. Because we've been going for almost 5 hours, and, you know, I do need to be responsible a little bit to my own health, well-being, etc. So, this game's great. I got nothing. We're not going to be doing a full playthrough of this, because I don't think it will continue to have enough to say. But we did get to see some good history. Got to talk to Chair about it. Have a great time looking at some Cayman stuff. And I had a great time doing that. We're going to be streaming a whole bunch, trying to stream a whole bunch here in the next couple weeks to try and keep up some stuff, right? We've got Last Train Home. We've got Dragon Age Origins. We've got Sovereign Syndicate. We've got another patron requested game for fucking Sonic and the Black Knight. Thank you, Raps. All that we're trying to finish while also keeping up with Okami, and moving on with Year of the Weeb. So, you know, we don't really have room for another full playthrough in our game. But if you like this, you know, this game is mechanically super tight. I hope you enjoyed this little showcase of what it has to offer. I haven't quite figured out exactly when we'll be streaming. As soon as I do, that'll be in the Discord, and I will update the schedule page here on Twitch. So keep an eye out for that the moment. And if you enjoyed this, do consider supporting the channel, because those subscriptions, gift subs, etc. all will happen. Is the Sovereign Syndicate stream going to be on YouTube? Yes, it will be. All the VODs are in the process of getting sort of worked their way through on there. As you can tell, I was a little bit behind. So I've got uploads already scheduled through the end of next week, and then the 2 Okami streams, and then the Sovereign Syndicate stream. So sometime around the end of the month, expect to see that up there. Alright, so firstly, let's go see if there's anyone around for us to raid into. There is not. Not super obviously, so none of our people are around, so we'll just call it a stream here. Whoop. Lag. Just wanted to show a friend. The VOD should be available right here on Twitch, no problem. Otherwise, yeah, in a few days it should go up on YouTube as well. Anyway, that does it for me. So thank you all for tuning in for the showcase of Prince of Persia: Lost Crown. Until next time I see you, which will be in the next couple of days. Don't know if we'll get to it tomorrow. We'll try, but till next time, whenever that is, I hope you all have a very good rest of your evenings. And let me just grab the thing here. I forgot to pull up the end credits to thank everyone more properly. So we're just going to riff here. I'm saying words. We're being great at the streamer. I'm a professional who's been doing this for years. I know exactly what has to be open all the time. Okay, for real. Good night. And I will catch you all next time. And of course, extra thanks to our patrons listed on the side of the screen there. If you want to join them, head over to patreon.com/LudoHistory. And again, thank you to Save Ancient Studies for the raid, and Darefiend for the cheered bits. And yeah, have a good night, everyone.